your reactions are embedded in history forever. So, Diane, could you start the stream, please?
No, you're closed.
Councillors, the meeting is now live. The rules of the hearing are that submitters will have 5 minutes to speak to their submission, exactly the same as select committee meeting in Parliament. This will be timed, and a 30-second reminder will be given before the time concludes. The submitters are here to express their views and their opinions to councillors. Councillors are entitled to ask submitters a question or questions, but it's not a hearing for the submitters to question the councillors. Your role is to listen, absorb, and be very well informed when you come to make the deliberations that form the final decisions. So move on to item 1 on the agenda, and it's apologies. Are there any apologies? We have one from attempting to connect by Zoom at the present time, and I'm sure he'll join us very shortly. Are there any others? Someone like to move that the apology be accepted? Councillor Neal, thank you. Councillor Cope, and those in favour?
Aye.
Yep. The document for councillors' declaration of interest has been circulated. It's also on Team Systems, and obviously in a process where there are submissions being made, it pays to have a really good look and make sure that if you have a potential conflict, they record it. It's so much easier than having an argument at a later time. Item 3 on the agenda is the urgent items that have not been put on the agenda. As far as I'm aware, there are none. Item 4 is the draft annual plan submissions, and we have the pleasure now of moving to hear the submissions, and I would ask the councillor to move that A, council hears the submissions, B, that we deliberate on the submissions, and C, that we instruct staff to make any changes to the draft annual plan 2020-2021. Could I have a mover, please?
So moved.
Deputy Mayor Carruthers, Councillor Neal, those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll move to the first submitter, which is Ellen Davidson. Ellen, the floor is yours.
Thank you. When does the button start for the 5 minutes?
About as soon as you lean on it, pick up the front.
If the wind blows the ball over, I do get another shot of gold. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alan Davidson. Thank you. And in a bit of a spiel, but since it's only 5 minutes, I'll just stick to the fact what I came here to talk about, please. There are 2 matters that caught my attention. It's the Sports Hub and the Ocean Outfit. Sports Hub, it's a great asset. But I am confused because the question put was, should council take ownership? Well, who owns the hub? If the council are the owners, then why is there a need for this submission? Surely it would fit into the category if they were the owners. The swimming pool, say the cash square, racecourse, and deal with it that way. And it may need some tweaking with the education department because of the hub being on the school land. But should the question, when I read it, was should council take ownership, clearly infers to me that the council doesn't own it. And I see there's a submission being put by the Western Sports Hub Group making a submission as well, so I'm saying to myself, who are the owners of this hub? So might suggest the question of ownership be clarified, and then the questions surrounding the costs involving the running of the hub be addressed accordingly. Because that, if I can get this thing to work, it does. The second matter was one of, and I'll break it into two categories, the ocean apple. One is culture and the other is health. And I'm not here to debate culture because it would be insensitive and arrogant of me to do so. Mario totally opposed to allowing human waste flowing into areas which have historically and currently used for home purposes. That being the case, no matter what the treatment undergoes by the various wastewater treatment plant, Murray is still opposed to having that water flowing that has been gone through the treatment process. So I'll move away from that without even bothering debating it. And I'll say this, that you won't have in front of you access of any document, of any evidence, of any health issues that have been identified which have been caused by sewage outfall into the ocean where similar situations are in existence. That's not my phone, is it? No. Research indicates that the sea is one of the best purifiers for any toxic waste when it comes to ocean outfall, which has undergone treatment. Therefore, I say that if there is a party prepared to share the costs, then clearly take it. I'm not talking shortcuts in relation to health, not at all, simply in that, by my experience, when submarine outfall has been built, there's been no health issues associated with it. So summing up basically is this. Clarify the ownership of the sports hub. I think the council should be the owners, but then work out the associated costs after that. And also work alongside the built products. There's an opportunity to lower the costs of any major infrastructure project. Not detrimental to our community. It doesn't arrive on your doorstep every day, so that's what I suggest to take. That's probably it. And we're in time.
You're well on time, Mr. Davison.
Well,
could you just remain there? Councillors, does anyone have a question of Mr. Davison?
That's very good of you. Because I know around here it's not the brains trust for the district, because I see it in operation over at the Railway Hotel in the T&B table there on Friday and Saturday night. They've got the answers to everything there. So I don't think that you've got it. All right. But thank you for your time.
Look, thank you so much for tuning up. It's a very important part of the process that each of our councils have, and I really appreciate your comments.
Thank you very much. As I say, 2 points, all right?
I've written them both down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother.
The next submitter is Cara Edwards, the newly appointed, the newly appointed Chief Executive of Macarthur. Welcome, Cara.
Kia ora, koutou. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to our submission. Yes, proudly the newly appointed Pauarahi of Te Rūnanga o Macarthur, and a very proud ex-resident, I guess, part-time resident of South Western and Haast. So thanks so much for the opportunity to speak to our submission. As referred to by the previous submitter, this really cuts to the heart of cultural values. In terms of my background, if I had a career based on anything, it would be on advocating for cultural values and the natural environment. And this is one of those core values for us, which is the protection of waterways. So it's not my intention to read through the submission, but I just want to draw out some of the key points. So as stated, Te Rūnanga o Macarthur are unequivocally opposed to the discharge of human sewage treated wastewater to Te Tai or Potini. I must also acknowledge the mana whenua status of Te Rūnanga o Ngāti Wairoi, because clearly this sits within the takiwā, but we acknowledge that any impact on Te Tai or Potini has an impact on Potini Ngaitahu and an impact on the entire community. And so we firmly regard the practice of the discharge of human waste into our waterways, and in this instance, the sea, has been culturally offensive and environmentally unsound in the first instance. As a small person, I can remember kaumātua sitting around the table and being very proud of Western District Council and the steps that Council had taken to build the facility that you have currently, as opposed to what they saw as what the Grey and Buller districts didn't do. And I remember that as very small and thinking, it stayed with me because they were very vocal about that. And so I guess we are urging the council to be brave and to step forward into that space and to look for a long-standing alternative that really does put those environmental values, and I don't think they're just cultural values for Māori, I think they're cultural values for all people, for all of our community. It is about thinking long-term and intergenerationally, and absolutely we appreciate that this puts pressure on ratepayers potentially at a time when our district is suffering. However, we must put those environmental values at the forefront of those decisions we make. And so that's, I guess, where our Runanga is standing firmly to put our case forward alongside Te Runanga o Ngāti Wairoi, as well as Te Runanga o Ngāi Tahu, who will speak later on, represented by Philippa Lynch. And so we really do want to see the council set aside some resourcing to look at alternative options. We're not technical experts, we don't claim to be, but we know that technology is getting better all the time in this space. And so we really urge you to look at alternative measures and to make sure that there's funding in this annual plan and the long-term plan also to look at alternatives. So I guess to summarise, we are, this really is one of our most important issues, and we are standing as one of the 18 Papatuku Runanga of Ngāi Tahu, which represents 60,000 people, to urge the council to make a decision that looks at the protection of our waterways for the long term. Kia ora koutou katoa.
The council is rather keen to leave, but they can, are there any questions, please? Come on, don't let it get away there.
Congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you. Yeah. It's not like you tanking or you next
Well,
time,
I now that you started on, I do have one question. Do the iwi they oppose it going on to landfall at all?
Absolutely not.
Anywhere?
Well, I think those are issues for the council to work through around options, and with Paul and Francois being part of that discussion, you can work that through. I should have actually said that, but that's our preference, to look at a land-based option.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. I just want to reinforce Kara's point. It's hard to conceive that only 10, 15 years ago, Buller and Greymouth were all discharged in that hole with the raw sewage straight into the river. And as Kara said, our kaumātua were very proud, and we're all proud because Hokitika was ahead of the game. Hokitika had oxidation ponds and a sewage system, and it had been 40, 50 years since the sewage was pumped into the river. However, times have changed, and Hokitika is being left behind by the times if the council persists with a proposal to join into a discharge into the sea. Because Buller and Westport and Greymouth have both made the commitment for long term and moved to mechanical means to simply poke a hole in the ocean outfall for Westland milk products and pump human Tekwa water out to sea is fully unacceptable. But it's also short-sighted, and it's easy to do because it appears to be cheaper, and it appears to be a simple solution, out of sight, out of mind. But it's not the answer. The answer is to have something that's that is leading into the 21st century. And here's an opportunity for Hokitika to again lead the way. To have something that's environmentally acceptable, to get rid of the unsightly sewage. I mean, who's not embarrassed by having that at the entrance of town? Here's the opportunity to do so. And I think the council needs to be bold and needs to grasp that opportunity by the legal.
Any other councillors have a question?
Thanks very much, Cara.
Thanks, Cara.
Cara.
Hemi, you're the next submitter, and welcome to the table.
Kia ora te mana makapio koe te rau ki a ko Cara. Ki ana ki a ko rua te wāna. I take it you've already seen the submission I've read. You can take that as has been read.
Submissions have been read by all councillors.
Thank you. So just a very quick resume of why I'm here. I've been doing this environmental stuff for nearly 60 years now. I'm coming up to 75 and I'm disappointed I'm still standing here doing this. Not disappointed I'm still standing, but to get to a solution. And I thought took a one te Kororo Paul, because he's been where we've been in all these things of you don't shit in the sea, And last night, looking out my magnificent bedroom window in my house up on the hill at Owatuna, where I've lived for nearly 60 years, there was 5 trawlers from Greymouth there. And I could see their lights, not quite their teapot on the table. And so they were in that zone that's out there. So when you have your fish and chips in Greymouth, they're gone. So also, there's some people who I choose to honour by doing this as well. And I mean honour in the humblest but the powerfulest way. And they were Wilf Te Koiti, Mick Te Koiti, Bob Wilson, who down south, Max Tainui, Spud, Diane Wilson, and Henry Mason. Because those all kaumātua other than Diane have all gone on to the next big voyage. But I remember sitting down with Henry Mason and he said, Hemi, can you do anything to help us? So that's what I've been doing over the years. It hasn't always been popular and sometimes people don't understand. For the first time, I put my whakapapa out in that submission to cut through, with all due respect, ladies and gentlemen, to cut through the shit and stay with the bloody, what the thing is that we're talking about, what the issues are. So the saddest thing for me is that with all that's gone on here on the coast and in the terms of sewerage, the whole council, do you realise that you are in breach of the treaty? Te Tiriti o Waitangi. You've been in breach ever since, and you still are. So that's a big legal thing to be living with, knowingly in breach of the treaty. So I agree with Paul, land-based is the way. I suggest even the pipeline that's out there at the moment, that's going in, as I drove in this morning, the cranes are working again. The pipeline isn't going to waste because liquids flow both ways. So you just put a pumping station at the seaward end and put the town sewage into that pipeline. It goes back out that way, picks up the dairy company on the way, out through the tailings of Kanieri to a purpose-built sewage plant, not just throw it in the tailings because it's got good drainage, but a natural 21st century, to quote Paul, sewage disposal plant that'll last for the next 50 years. Because, if I'm 125 and I've got to come back here again, So what we're saying is that the pipeline isn't going to waste. The other thing too is whether you like it or not, the sea level is rising and will continue to rise, and so you're going to get infrastructure changes. And at the moment you might have who knows how many years, but when the sea does come in, a wetland may be a good thing temporarily, but when the sea rises, the wetland changes. And so a wetland is a temporary solution unless it is not exposed to the sea. So if you're going south side, the sea level rises, you'll find Casqueira is going to be a fantastic lake for boating, things like that. So think on those things. Because, like I said, have a look at the utility, and I use the term utility because there's two treaties. There's the one for the government, and there's the one that our people signed. And as you see from my submission, my great-grandfather's got his name on it. So we call it utility. And that document is well-founded and well-meant, and I suggest you do bone up on it and have a look. And I'd like you to investigate treaty breaches in all planning and intent for that an ocean discharge would cause right across, because it's not just the tutai going out into the sea that you can see, it's the whole breakdown of our cultural system, and that was protected by utility. So you are in breach of the treaty. All right. The long-term 50 plan, and the draft plan, have a wee look, and I'm more than willing to help you, as I'm sure Paul is. Your terms that you're using tangata whenua, mana whenua, iwi, as brown bits, with all due respect. So they're all specific words with specific meanings, and you've got it in your long-term plan and you've got it in your annual plan. And it's not a criticism, it's just noting and saying you need some help, and we're there if you need it. Go on.
Thank you.
Councillors, just to keep focused, you have the ability to raise a question with any or any submitter, rather than putting your own views forward. It's very important that we keep focused here. Anna, do you have any questions for him?
No, nothing from me.
No, very clear submission. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Sammy, for all of the prep work you've put into submission as well.
It's everyday life.
Yeah.
Anything from you?
Yeah, no, thank you for the research that you've done and conversations that we've had. It's
Very comprehensive.
really useful.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Do you wanna-
And welcome to Councillor Hartshorn, who's just joined us a few minutes ago. The next submitter is Phil Johnson-Coates. Welcome to stand, Phil.
Thank you. Thank you. You may or may not be able to see this, but that's just a little visual aid of an educator, so that's what I did. Lathan can appreciate that. Any visual learners out there? Yes. Kia ora koutou, ko Phil taka inua, ko te hua taku monga, ko hokitika taku awa. Ko Poppy Honey, taku daughter, where is she? And Kogo and Grover, and I'm a proud citizen of Westland, just like you, and I want the best for our homeland. And I'd just like to express my opinion, and I want to thank you very much for inviting me up here. And I recognize that the people around this table are the decision makers, the brains, in some respects, of our community to get us to where we need to go. And I want to recognize as well the past councillors that have taken Hokitika forward. We are a phenomenal community in a phenomenal place. And this is why I moved here from Canada originally. So just a couple of key things. One is I want you to consider yourself and your decision in terms of accountability. So we know that Westland Milk Products has breached consent over 1,200 times, 1,200 times in the last 19 years that they've had the consent for river outflows. We know that. As an educator, I know that if a student continues to breach the rules and they're not disciplined accordingly, they continue to. Think about it.
Would you expect more breaches in the future or less? It's a no-brainer. Also think about the fact that when we do join up with their outflow, who will be responsible if things don't go the way they planned? If the Kaimoana is destroyed, if the beach is smelly, if waste ends up, as we know, the prevailing winds are northwest, where does all that end up? Smack dab right in front of our town. And so I just want you to think about the importance of your decision, and I will support your decision, by the way. You are an expression of me, so something to think about. I want you to think about Harmony. Harmony with the Town of Whenua, they've expressed their concern that destroying the waterways is not okay. And I would ask you, people who aren't Town of Whenua, to take off your European hats for a moment and consider joining in Harmony, supporting what they believe in, supporting what I believe in. I know there's pros and cons to every solution, and weighing those up is something that you will need to do, but I ask that you listen to your heart, listen to your people. Brand. What is the brand? Well, we know. You look behind you. That's the brand right there. That's why we live here, the mountains, the rivers, and the seas. Who are we? Look around, we can see. We're green, we're beautiful, we're lush, we're a strong community. That's our brand, and I would question, is our brand actually pumping our sewage out to sea? Does that fit with who we are? I think not. Please don't poison our waterways. Here is the tragedy. If you live in Hokitika, you might have gone for a run or a walk out to what we call the poo pipe. And so the settling ponds that Paul talked about. And you also, if you've been there, you notice the color of the water is a disgusting brownish, yellowish. Would you drink it? Would you shower under it? Would you pump it into your fresh waterways? I wouldn't. And at the moment, we don't either. We just dribble it on the beach, which is a travesty and a sign of 1940s technology. And I would urge you to think, let's move forward into some positive technology, into something that's sustainable. Let's get excited about this opportunity. I'm not going back to that, but a little bit further, in a place where the onshore winds will blow everything back onto us. Let's not do that. Please don't poison our waterways. What's the truth here? Well, if you're a lawyer, you know there's many truths, okay? There's pros, there's cons, everyone's got an argument. There's plenty to discuss. The truth is the wetlands are our kidneys of the earth. These are the things that help our earth function. And I've worked and I've used a wetland system to wastewater at my previous home in New Zealand, and it worked amazingly. My last point is to ask you to follow the symbolism of, yes, kotuku, okay? It symbolizes independence and the wonders of nature. Take us, let us fly as a community. I believe in you. Make the right decision. Please don't poison our waterways. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. I think perhaps around the table we would, none of us would consider ourselves to be the brains of the community, but rather elected by yourselves to represent the 8,800 people we have living in Westland. I don't think any of us claim to be Einstein.
Thank you.
But look, councillors, do we have any questions?
Excellent career, I think.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, Phil, it's appreciated. The next submitter is Poppy Johnson-Coates. Welcome, Poppy. and the floor is yours, and thank you for attending.
You'll have to forgive me if I stutter a bit, I'm not a good speaker.
We like that around the table.
I'll just prepare to come with speech in English. Kia ora koutou, my name is Poppy Johnston Coates. I'm a 14-year-old student at Western High, and I'm up here today because the decisions you make now are going to affect my future. And please note that I have not really covered my feelings in pretty language. I'm honest up here, and the time for flowery wording is long since over. I believe that if you take my decision into account as the youth of our town and choose to reverse your decision, we will be able to head into a bright future, one in which I'm proud to call Hokitika my home. Many speaking today will inform you of the alternative options. I'm simply up here to impress upon you the gravity of our situation. Our ocean is a fragile thing and something that needs to be protected. We're a very unique town. We pride ourselves in being clean and green. How can we wish to keep that title when we're intentionally ruining our stunning environment? While researching for this very speech, I talked to some of the long-term residents of our town. People who have lived here for their entire childhood have informed me of the mass decrease in seabirds. Just 40 years ago, you would go down to the beach and see flocks upon flocks of all kinds of seabirds. Now I go down to the beach and I'm lucky if I see anything other than the odd seagull. I love our beach and it makes me so sad that I never had the chance to see the masses of terns and blackback gulls that once resided here. The wildlife will only continue to decline if we don't change the way we are treating our environment now. If I, a 14-year-old, can personally take time to look into the pros and cons of the Wetlands Project, surely you, the ones who are paid to make these decisions, can take that time also. This waste pipe may seem easy now, but what happens when the oceans are filthy and we no longer have the luxury of fish in our rivers, in our river mouth? Will we pay millions and make an attempt at fixing the mistake made years before? Will our waterways even have a chance of recovering? This painted situation may seem dire, but it's exactly what will be happening in 15 to 20 years if we choose to go through with this plan. And even as I'm up here speaking to you, I almost feel as though I'm fighting a losing battle. You started on this project without consent. What's to stop you from doing more? But as you place the last of your pipes down, I hope you think of me and the future we could have cherished. Thank you.
Very good. Councillors, questions?
Just a comment, I hope that people do access some of these features online, because I think good on you, well done getting up and standing and saying what you think, well done.
Poppy, well, I think it takes a lot to get up there and speak in front of people, and you've done an excellent job with your research and the way you've presented the presentation today, so great work.
Thank you.
Well done, Poppy. Well done.
Thank you so much. The next submitter is Trevor Lister. Welcome, Trevor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
From the Deep South.
Get a wee bit deeper. Oh, I'm not sorry. That's how deep it can get. Thank you. Do you mind if I just put it on a little bit?
You go for your life.
Thanks.
Yeah, that's right. No charge of it.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for hearing me today. I've stood here before and said things and haven't been all that nervous, but I'm nervous on this one because this one has kept me awake at nights. That's very unusual. The reason it's kept me awake at night is there are some consequences of what I'm going to say that are quite horrendous, but we'll find them as we go. For those of you who don't know me, I'm the chairperson of the Ross Community Council, and my journey on this one started with the Ross community rates. I looked at those rates, I added up all the four little columns, and I got a number different from the one in the totals column in the financial impact statement. That's weird. I did the same for all the other community rates, same pattern. Did that for all of the rates, same pattern. When you add up all the little bits, they come to a bigger number than the one given in the totals column. I came to the staff and asked about this, or rather dropped a note in and thank you, Simon, for the answer. The answer was that there was remissions that were causing that. That's when a worthy organisation or person is told that they have to pay all of their rates. And the explanation from staff is, well, we subtract that from the total, and that's why from the big total, which is why the final totals are smaller. The big problem with that is that's not how the Society of Local Government Managers says it should be done. Remissions are not a cost and an expense to be subtracted out. Rather, the rate, the big number rate, is what you need to do your job. If you said to me, Trev, you don't have to pay $2,000 of your rates, I would say thank you very much, but all the other rate payers will have to pay it. So there's enough money in the tin to do all the things that you want to do with those rates. And that's the way that the society says it should be done. So the problem here is now when I look at that, I look at the column and I look at the numbers. And the numbers in the big column and the totals column are a different value from the bigger numbers that I know are going to be taken from us. And I think that's misleading. So I would ask, please, that the financial impact statement be amended to meet the Society of Local Government Managers' recommendations on how to handle it. And that just turned out to be the start of an even bigger journey, because once I came across the Society's handbook on Know Your Rates Know-How, which has been available for yonks, and I expect will be on your computers here somewhere, Council. Still looking at the Ross rates, they are described, the community rates are described as differentiated. That is, everybody pays a different price. But that's not what happens in Ross. Every ratepayer pays the same rate in Ross as every other ratepayer. There is no differentiation in the Ross community rate. It is a fixed amount rate. So are all of the community ones, except for Hokitika, Fox and Franz. I'll come to those later. Now the problem with that is if you see these things as I do, as being fixed rates, then you must add them to the other fixed rate we have, which is our uniform annual general rate. And the total of all those things cannot exceed 30% of the total rate take. When you do the sums just on the ones which are obviously not differentiated, we're above that 30%. Just snuck over it. It's something that snuck up over the years. Over the years, the general rate, gee, it doesn't take long, does it, has been dropping and the community rates have been rising. The last quick point I'll make is under the society notes, all of those community rates have not been properly set, and they have not been properly set since 2014. And that's where the horrendous consequence comes in on this. The reason that they are not is in the, thank you very much, is in the Society's handbook and in the Rating Act. It's very clear. If you're going to differentiate a community rate, thank you, the only way you can do it is on land value. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stuart. Please say now, councillors, any questions of Trevor?
What do you see as the answer, Trevor?
That's what's keeping me awake at night.
Yeah.
We're in a maze here. If my analysis is correct.
Yeah.
It is entirely compatible with the society's instructions, then it's Euston we have a problem, territory. It is. There is an easy short fix, and that is just to redo the rates, the community rates, as properly differentiated ones. The trouble with that is then it flows right back through the rating system, and you've got to have a look at every rate everywhere to make sure that you're still within the bounds of the financial impact statement. So it sounds easy, and maybe it is easy, but it has a consequence of its own. And that is, you've got to pick up that lovely annual plan, tear it to pieces and rebuild the whole front of it again. And that's only the easiest of the consequences. The one that really frightens me is that we have rates, if we have rates that have been set not in accordance with the Rating Act of 2002. If we've got those rates on the books and we've had them there for 7 years, then there's an awful lot of refunds to be made.
Any other questions, Councillor Jenny?
Trevor, I'd just like to, thank you very much for your submission. Obviously, there'll be further discussions held within council around some of your concerns, I'm sure, to look into what you've mentioned. But I also just wanted to acknowledge as well in your initial submission too, just writing in about the consultation document. Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
That you did actually raise some interesting points on that I'll also be wanting to follow up on with council.
That'd be great, and of course with the society itself as well.
Yep.
When we get the chance, thanks, Jenny.
Yep.
We will be meeting this coming month.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Trevor. If there's no other questions there, we really appreciate your submission, very detailed. And,
I did have some notes if councillors and others are interested in what I had to say. This is the detail of what I said.
thank you very much.
Thanks for that.
The next submitter is Charlie McBennett. Welcome, Charlie.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. Thank you for allowing me to speak to my submission just briefly. It's regarding, as you know, about the Roche squash courts and gym. I don't think the council appreciate the urgency with this particular job in relation to the damage that's done in the past through water penetration into the linings and Cyclone Eta, if I recall, loosened some of the external cladding and exposed quite significant water damage to the framing underneath, and it was only temporarily patched. In the past, when we went to draw down on the endowment fund, we pretty much had a mandate from the community through asking the community if they agreed to or not to use funds for this particular project. It's happened in the past with a playgroup building, the swimming pool, excellent hall, that's a Centennial Hall now, and it was pretty much a mandate from the community, and it should not have to go through this annual plan consultation process. I do not speak as a tradesman. I have no vested interest in this particular project. I'm pretty much retired now. I'm speaking as a concerned member of the Ross community and have actually been up to that particular affected wall, and you can, without much pressure, you can actually push the wall and it'll move in and out, and it's facing the north, or the northeast if you like, where the direction that Cyclone Eta came from. And there is a very, very real risk if this wall does for it to collapse through the storm damage. It's only a matter of time before the roof decides it's going to part company with the building as well. We need to retain that asset. and it is used by a big majority of the community. The gym for elderly people, for whatever exercises that's currently in vogue, and of course the squash courts.
Look, that's your submission. Thanks, thanks, Charlie. Councillors. Jen.
Charlie, thank you for your submission. In fact, I did note through, there were a number of you that all submitted from Ross around the process, that it shouldn't have to have gone through the annual plan. So, and take that on board, and I think we need to acknowledge that and confirm some clarity in the process with the submitters around why it had to go through the annual plan process for them to request the funding. Yeah, because there was quite a lot of question marks.
Councillors, you have questions of Charlie?
Yeah, just one question. You're just sort of saying that the building is currently being used for squash and gym.
Yeah, more often for the gym side. I think it's quite a healthy group of people that are using it regularly, especially the gym side.
Thanks, Charlie.
Ryan, any questions?
Oh, no, thanks, Charlie.
Look, thanks very much, Charlie. You raised very interesting points.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you coming.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Charlie.
Thanks, Charlie.
Is Angela Keenan
We're running a bit ahead of time.
here? The next submitter will be Bruce Watson.
I think after joining me, we're expecting to be on at 10:05.
Recess. To allow time to catch up. Cup of tea. And so we'll adjourn the meeting for a few minutes.
For the CPN solution, the community have us by.
All right.
So it's simple. We read it first. Some of right, so we finish by 5 and you've got half 5.
Yeah.
We are, or have been actively involved over the last, for me personally, about 20 years trying to get a sporting facility up and going in our region. And I'm pleased to say that we officially opened it in early March of this year, a $3 million project with severe fundraising over the last 3 to 5 years. What we are asking today in our submissions was for the insurance cover of $11,000. The project has been managed by the group of basketball, netball, badminton and tennis, and the school and the council have been actively involved. So it was undertaken, the DWC Western Sports Hub user group has undertaken a huge body of work for 3 years, assisting with both the gymnasium and the covered complex. This has included fundraising over $200,000 from the community, securing $745,000 from Western High School and the Ministry of Education. We also received NDI funding through Western District Council and DWC. There has also been a significant contribution of volunteer time to overseeing the planning and construction of the facility. This has all been undertaken on a voluntary basis. Supporting this request is the fact that in many other districts, the councils are fully responsible for capital and operating costs of sports halls and other recreation and community facilities. In our community, this facility is being managed and maintained by the school, sports groups and community, thus removing function from the council. And the majority of those people are on a voluntary basis. The project has been well governed and managed, however, a number of unforeseen costs have occurred, and many of these have been additional requirements to meet the requirements of building consent as required by council. So we've had an over cost in our budget of about $78,000. We're also asking for council support in addition to those funds. The project is utilised by most sporting codes in addition to the school. In addition to its use, there's 350 school students, up to 1,000 people in sporting facilities will use it in the winter. And supporting this project is therefore providing reach and benefit to a large sector of the rate-paying community. So I'm here today on behalf of those sporting codes to ask for your support of the $11,000 insurance that we've asked to be contributed to the Sports Hub. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Angela. You're on the way. Councillors, questions?
Also, I have one. Angela, thanks for your comments. You say that the shortfall cost of about $78,000 is supported by council requirements, additional council requirements. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, about a month before we officially opened, we were advised of several building consent requirements that we hadn't allowed for in our budget or recognised it, because it changed from being a covered structure to being a building, and therefore that changed certain requirements that had to be complied with under the building consent. And we actually sent a letter to Simon in April outlining those security requirements, which was mostly data wiring, 31,000, site width foundation, 17,000, emergency lighting. The exits, emergency lighting alone cost us an extra 35,000. Escape mechanisms on the gates is requested by the building consent, 4,500. Fencing layout changes, because we had to provide wheelchair access, etc. That's now been rectified. We've found a way around that. The main entranceway being changed. So all in all, that was approximately 78,000 extra costs. We are still fundraising, but because of lotteries and Pub Charity and Lion Foundation all being closed, it's very limited as to where we can get funding at the moment to cover those costs.
I asked the question because I've got in front of me an email response from Chief Executive to Jackie Gooden about that issue. Because she initially made that same comment, and Chief Executive pushes back and says, well, that's not really strictly the case. These were building code issues that had to be complied with as opposed to building consent requirements. In order to comply with the building code, there were these various aspects of the work that had to be either remediated or changed or whatever it was. But they were council requirements in the sense I think that you were applying, but council was impose something additional on the job.
The emergency lighting, we
Sorry?
definitely, the emergency lighting, we hadn't budgeted for that or allowed for that, and we weren't aware that that was actually a requirement of the facility, because we based it on other facilities at Pukekohe up in Auckland, and they hadn't had to do half of what we've had to do.
Councillors, any other questions? Magnificent effort, Angela, with getting it up and running. Fantastic.
Thanks,
If you're out and about, netball official opening this Saturday, come along and see the facility in action, from 10 o'clock onwards.
10 o'clock.
So if it rains.
No, it's going to be fine.
Yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ange.
The next submitter is Bruce Watson.
Well, kia ora and good morning, and thanks for delaying. Mayor Smith, I wanted to have Peter Cuff with me this morning because our treasurer and secretary are both away, and Peter, or Cuff's do our financial accounts at the theatre, and Peter often gives us advice. So if we get any tricky questions on the financial side of things, Peter can help out. Thank you, Peter. I'm giving this submission this morning both on behalf of the Western Community Centre Incorporated Society that owns and runs the theatre on behalf of the community, but also on behalf of myself and my wife Claudia. So hopefully you'll give us up to 10 minutes if required. There'll be a crossover between our submissions, and I don't intend to go through our submission point by point, but rather speak to just some points for emphasis and just to bring up one or two more things that weren't included in the submissions themselves. So we're here today to speak in support of our theatre's bid to increase our annual grant from 30,000 to 57,500. This is the same sum that was approved in last year's annual plan. The purpose of this money is to cover a wide range of operational costs in this COVID-19 year, and not just insurance. We had great support last year from the community and around the council table. And as you'll see in the submissions that have come in, there's been great support coming this year from the community for the increase in the draft plan. We had expected in a normal year to be coming along and debating with the council about whether or not we got a CPI increase, not whether or not we needed to argue for the whole $27,500. Instead, along came COVID-19 and it's decimated the theatre's finances. The theatre had to close for nearly 3 months. Blockbuster movies won't be available until later in the year, and we lost our cafe tenant. We've run a razor through our budget. We're only operating 3 days a week at present. But the bottom line is, without council contribution of the additional $27,500, we will face an unsustainable $40,000 deficit by the end of the year. It's unsustainable for us. We're already being bailed out at present by the wage subsidy. But that has been taken into account when we come up with our deficit of $40,000. Now, all our committee are ratepayers. Many have their own COVID-19 issues drastically affecting their businesses or their jobs. So we don't ask for money from council lightly. We make a little go a long way. And to put those comments in perspective, there is just over 1.5 million collected by council in the Hokitika community rate. Most of this goes to council-owned facilities such as the library, museum, swimming pool and parks. Council has said in this year's plan that it does not intend to reduce these services to the community. However, reverting the theatre, our town hall, by $27,500 to just $30,000 cuts our budget by 48%. How would any council operation stand that? The amount we're asking for will cost the average household less than $10. The average business less than $20. Much less than just one trip to Christchurch if we don't have much less than one trip to Christchurch, but more particularly much less than one trip to Greymouth if that becomes our nearest theatre. Our other coast councils are not cutting their grants to their theatres. If the present theatre operation has to wind up, the community will expect council to take it over. Council-run operations cannot expect to get the level of volunteer support a community-run organisation can. The best council-owned comparison on the coast is Buller's very well-run Westport Theatre. It provides a similar range of town hall community services to Hokitikā's region, but at about $200,000, 4 times the annual cost of our theatre to ratepayers. I just want to conclude with a few more points. Virtually everybody in Hokitika uses the theatre themselves or their families and friends do. As I look around this room, everybody uses the theatre or their families or friends do at some time during the year. We have only over 25,000 visits per year. And I'm into my second 5 minutes now, thank you. And it is also used by many community groups, all the schools, the Runanga, all the churches, all the service clubs, the RSA, and many more. We also had over 7,000 volunteer hours last year. This is why there's overwhelming support for the theatre. It is Hokitikā's and the district's town hall. So we urge council not only to reinstate the 27,500 to this year's grant, but to do this on an ongoing basis so that we and the council don't have to spend so much energy at annual planning time each year. Let's look at the long-term plan to sort out long-term support for your council for a sustainable arrangement for the theatre. But we do have to survive in the meantime. A crucial decision for today is agreement to our request for the theatre's grant to be increased by 27,000 to 57,500. We will do our very best to make this work. Thank you.
Thanks, Bruce. Councillors, Bruce, you said that the grant is not forthcoming. Will be, I think you said $40,000 deficit in trading outcomes. Is that what you're saying? Is that on a go-forward annual basis, or are you talking about the current year in particular?
That's taking into account the cost cutting we've already made in the budget for this year and the projections of income taken into account. So expect to happen. So that's also Peter.
Just the other thing, just on that, it takes into account that the number of months that we've still got over the next 3 or 4 months before there's any decent movies come out, because they've all been delayed. So there's very little income over the next 3 or 4 months. So it's not the status quo going forward after we get out of this. It's this year and that.
So if you have a $40,000 deficit in your trading operations, what are the practical implications for you as your society? How are you going to cope with that?
Well, effectively, you will end up having to wind up and close the theatre. That's really what we're talking about.
So he's saying to us, Bruce, that if this grant is not approved, then that's a real prospect we have, as a community, have to face.
That's correct.
I've got a question, just on the building costs, like the maintenance cost. What's the estimate cost for the year? What's on that?
We've reduced the maintenance cost to what we think is, still sustainable. So if we take it across the maintenance of the building, the furniture and the equipment, we've allowed $10,000. But bear in mind, just one bulb, the main projector, costs $1,500. So 10,000 is not going to go far. That's 10,000 through to the end of December, and obviously some further expenditure in the first 6 months of next year. We are able to operate on a reasonably slim maintenance budget because of all the volunteer time we get. It's only the very specialist jobs that we have to get contractors in. They're often come at a sponsorship rate, sometimes it's volunteers. So basically that's all for materials. Most of the work is done by volunteers.
And the insurance cost, how much is that?
Basically 20K.
Yeah,
20K.
Okay. And in fact, last year, can I make a comment that last year, our initial request was for an extra 20,000. At the council suggestion, council put in $27,500 because that took our insurance up to full replacement cover for earthquake insurance. So the building is insured and the equipment is insured for 3.9 million. And given that it would cost probably 5 million to replace realistically, that's one way of covering community risk in what is otherwise a debt-free facility. We don't have the ability that the council itself might have to move money between, in the event of some sort of disaster, one part of the operation to another. We're sort of stand alone, so it's sensible to insure.
Okay. And you mentioned too that some of the user groups were churches. Are there any other? Could you give us some examples of some other user groups that use the region?
Yeah, well, if we look at the last 2 years, there's been 40 different groups of various shapes and sizes that use the theatre. I mentioned all the schools in the Hokitika community. Okay. Often for several uses a year. Yep. School in Upper Valley. Yep. The RSA for Anzac Day, of course. The Runanga often have kids. They bring their kids in for movie events. Yep. We've got businesses that have conferences, meetings, or and so on there. The council itself has used it on a number of occasions. That's good. And those of you who were there remember what a moving occasion it was when we had a commemoration of the fact that were two for the mosque shootings. I mean, it just is a wonderful community facility for those sort of things. We don't have any alternative.
Thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Through your worship. Thanks for the submission, Bruce. Thing that I'm really keen to hear about is how we break this continuous dependency that we seem to have every year where we talk, come to council and council deliberates and things. But so the question here is, has any thought been given to alternative models, alternative structures, alternative ways of working that could potentially shift that, I'm calling it the cycle of dependency, to something else?
Bruce, can I just cut in from an independent sort of view there?
Yep.
Look, and that's what Bruce raised about, the fact is we don't want to talk about it every year. And that's why Bruce says it needs to be in the long-term annual plan. Other theatres and other communities get a lot more money to keep running than what you do with Hokitika, which is Hokitika's town hall and its theatre. I think you need to make a long-term decision about whether you want it or not. There's no other model that's going to work as cheap as having a lot of the work done by volunteers. And look, if it folds, it goes to a council-owned company to run, you're not going to get volunteer hours in it. It's going to cost more. You've got the cheapest model.
Yeah, and each year at submission time, for the last 10 years, we have said to council when we've made our submissions that we're keen to enter into dialogue with council about a more sustainable model, going forward. You can't imagine how many thousands of dollars just having to submit again this year has cost the community. Because while we were working on that, we've been working on the survival of the theatre, organising luminaries events, organising film festivals and all that sort of thing. That work has been put on hold for virtually 2 months because we have to prepare the case, for $27,500. So I think the long-term plan is the key to it. We're sort of open, really. We want to see, a number of us have put over 10 years into the theatre, and before us, there's been, committee members and chairmen and so on that put 10 years in themselves. There's been a huge community commitment into this. There's a lot of people that want this to be sustainable, but it is pretty fragile at the moment, and COVID-19 has really exposed that. We're open to looking at things like it being a council-owned local purpose reserve, some sort of governance model, between the council and the community. That would, for example, allow reserves rating to be used on on the building. It would be great, not just for our hall, but for the other halls, emergency reserve, the council hall, whether it be 100 or 150,000. So as we heard of Rosh, you don't have to wait till annual plan time to see if it can be sorted out. I'll just give you one example that we've covered. We've only been talking about the operational budget here, but in the last month, we had our main projector suffer terminal failure. We had our main USB suffer terminal failure. We had the manager's heat pump, crash. The combined cost of replacing that gear is over 90,000. We were able to do it. It's not coming out of our operational budget other than the heat pump. We were able to do that because of the sort of forethought that the committee has given. We had wonderful support from Development West Coast and repurposing a grant that we had sitting there. We've been keeping our eyes open because we always knew the projector was getting towards the end of its life. We had our eyes open for a second-hand projector. One of the only ones that's ever come up in New Zealand in the last 10 years came up. We snaffled that, and with Development West Coast money, we've been installing that currently. So now the theatre would be closed for the foreseeable future if we hadn't done that. So that's really what I'm saying. When you think of all the important functions that not just our theatre, but the other community halls and the little townships have, ideally there would be a fund there for dealing with things like that, just as the council has itself. If the roof blew off this building, you're not going to wait till the annual plan time to fix it.
Councillors.
Oh, sorry, just one question. It's referenced quite a lot that the Regent Theatre is Hokotika's town hall. Is it like the Watara, let's say the Watara Community Hall has its hall and that's where all community events take place? Is the Regent Theatre actually the Hokitika Town Hall? I don't know whether it is.
Well, effectively it is. There are obviously other halls in Hokitika as well, but they're specifically owned and run by the organisation, whether it be the Boys Brigade, the Lions, the Dramatic Society, and they do, to help their income, they do have other users use them. Yeah, what's up. And in every sense of the word, if you look around the communities of the country, what we've got there is a town hall. It was established by the Town Hall Committee. Hokitika did have its own council-owned town hall in Rebel Street. That was demolished in 1948 or something like that. The committee sprung up trying to get another town hall, and eventually they couldn't afford to buy a new one. They bought the theatre, and it was no longer economic for the old style movies. And they changed the name from the Town Hall Committee to the Western Community Centre. But it's always been Hokotika's Community Centre or Town Hall.
Does that help?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just an acknowledgement. Thank you very much, Bruce, today for your presentation, and an acknowledgement also to you, who I know has sunk many hours of time and dedication, as of a lot of others and businesses over the years, into the Regent Theatre. Yeah, it is gratefully appreciated by the community, the work that you guys do.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bruce. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all, and best of luck for the rest of the day. Just make sure between the 1 and 3 o'clock session he's awake, all right? Thank you.
Fancy him saying that about you.
Deputy Mayor Carruthers will now take over the meeting, and as we have a check to pick up from the Minister of the Marae for the Punamu trial. We hope. Thank you very much, and could you record the apology from? Thanks very much, and good afternoon.
Can't go that far. Okay, we ready to proceed? Jackie, can you hear us? Jackie, are you hearing me? Hi, Jackie.
Has no sound.
No sound.
Jackie?
Can you hear Jackie?
Can you all hear me? Can someone wave?
Yep.
Okay, I'm not sure what's wrong. I don't have any sound, but I am quite happy to speak to my submission. If you'd like me to proceed in that manner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Your Worship, the Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the West Coast Wilderness Trail submission that we've put in. My apologies also for being unable to attend the meeting personally. We've made a request for $15,000 from the annual plan, and we're very keen also to talk with the council about that being a commitment in the long-term plan. In speaking to the submission, just very quickly talking to the work that the Wilderness Trail does, just to familiarise you with it, I've laid that out in the submission, but highlighting 2 or 3 key points within that. We play a key role as really the link between the riders, the official partners, so the businesses. We've got about 70 official businesses on the trail that we work closely with the councils, particularly the staff at Western District Council, and organisations like Trustpower and DOC. So a key role that we play there. We also have a key role as that link between the West Coast, the New Zealand Cycle Trails Trust and MB. So we're responsible for a lot of the market research work that is happening, and that provides all the economic data that we all hear and promote ourselves through the media. We also undertake the warrant of fitness, and we're a key party being responsible for the $45,000 that came from project management recently from MB. We were one of key trails that sowed the seeds for that over several years. We also have a key role in managing all the communications between all the parties across the trail when we have any weather or other major events on the trail. And we also, touching on particularly right now, a key role in marketing and driving the growth that we've seen on the trail. Right now, we have just implemented a $15,000 marketing campaign with Development West Coast Tourism. And it's obviously key at this time with COVID. The trail is identified as one of the key drivers of the district and region's economy, and we're already seeing that happen. So we've been working on the campaigns. We have just also now improved or undertaken the preparation of video and photographic shoots for the family market, and are targeting that coming up to the holidays. So really trying to help grow as much as we can the economy post-COVID. And we also, so I guess the trail is really critical in terms of the economic challenges faced by the region. Our trust operates on around about $100,000 a year, and that includes our project work. We have obviously the funding coming in from MB for the project management for $45,000. We are asking the councils for a contribution of $15,000. We raise around about $30,000 to $35,000 a year. We're not sure how much COVID will impact on our ability to raise that money, but certainly it's a challenge for us. So about a third of the money coming from us. In addition to that, we have raised around about $60,000 in the last year for things that happen out on the trail, like the shelters, the panels, the new directional signage, and the current marketing and promotions that are happening. In terms of the economic impact of the trail, We've identified that pretty much the trail is returning around $30,000, 30 million a year, which is 3 times what it costs to build the trail. So it is a key driver in the district's economy. So a lot of hard work going on. We have a trail that's performing up with the best in the country. And that's due to all the hard work that's going on with our trust, but also with the other players, particularly the council and the other owners of the trail. So a lot of work going on there to a very successful trail. So hopefully a small ask to help that work continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Jackie. Are you still not hearing us? Okay, I think we'll leave it there. Probably no point in any further. Thank you, Jackie. How do we just continue?
Can you send her a message, chat?
Guys, councillors and ladies and gentlemen, we are half an hour ahead of ourselves, and the next bidders are due at 11:05. So we need to take a recess for a period of time. Okay, thank you. Apologies if you're here to hear these next submitters.
Unfortunately, councillors, we've had a number of people withdraw in terms of submitters, so we planned it in and been able to attend, so hence the reason we're advanced.
Thank you.
Are we still live?
So
Are we still live?
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
That's very easy.
Are you dropping off,
That's still an idea, still, isn't it?
Yeah.
Good luck with netball, Ange.
live stream. Okay, thank you very much. We'll recommence. Mr. Verrill, I think you're up now, David. Thank you. Come up to the lectern.
Oh, there.
The lectern over here.
Thank you.
And you've got 5 minutes from now.
I don't need 5 minutes, thank you, Your Worship. My name is David Verrill. I'm here to support the Regent Theatre in its continuing funding. Firstly, I'd just like to wish Councillor Hogan happy birthday for yesterday.
It was your birthday.
Nearly forgot. So, my history is one of health, in working in the health arena for nearly 4 decades, working particularly in rural and remote healthy isolated communities. And it's really, there are five aspects of health that we have to consider: the personal, the community, the region, and the nation, the national health. We've just gone through a national health perspective with the shutdown. Regionally, we focus on the local hospital and the helicopter recovery. Personally, we take our tablets every day, well I do, and look after our own health and what we eat and what we drink. And family is really important too, because of raising children, vaccinations, and all of that sort of thing that goes with the family. The bubble is the one that we've all just gone through with the COVID virus. But the most important one for me, and why I'm here today, is to talk about the community. From the very earliest days, in thousands of years ago, there were community gathering places. You look at Stonehenge, you look at the village green, you look at the town squares, always an available place for people to meet. Even this forum here today is a meeting place where you can hear the voices of the people. And that's what the Regent represents for me. It's a forum for hearing public views. Most of the councillors here, I'm sure, were up on the stage when they had the candidates' meetings. We commemorate with Anzac Day and gather together. We celebrate various events. We educate through listening to various presentations and book launches and all the rest of it. And having that gathering place where we can be heard and meet as a community is really important, and I just want to urge council to continue with their level of funding so that the Regent can continue. We don't have a town hall now. We used to have one in Revel Street where the car park is. That was a gathering place. Now we don't have a town hall, and so the Regent Theatre serves that purpose. And that's all I have to say. Thank you. There may be questions, and I...
Thank you, David. Any councillors have any questions of David?
No, thanks, David.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, David. Thank you very much. Okay, the next submitter is Michael Orchard. Michael? Thank you. So I think you're putting in a submission on your own behalf, and also the West Coast Forestry Association.
That's correct, yes. So if you can, how does the bell system work? Just tell me again.
Well, it'll ring once after 5 minutes, and then you've got another 5 minutes after that.
So you're right. So I only get one more in 5 minutes. That's right. Just tell me that 5 minutes comes. Okay then. Thanks, thank you. Hi, welcome everyone. Hi, I've been here many times and I'll continue doing so. So I was involved with the theatre from 1987 when I arrived in Hokitika, West Coast Community Centre. I know Mayor's Alva Reynolds, and I was secretary or something then. We used to sit in the Reynolds room, which was then a paint shop with beer crates, and did our planning. So there's been a huge community involvement over those years, and it continues. It really is a big volunteer place, and I'm sure that out there everyone does support us. Basically, they come, they say, they talk nicely about our theatre, and the overseas people are fascinated by it. The next event along was when we did major earthquake strengthening. This is a long time ago, between $100,000 and $100,000 on fire protection installation. That was carried out with mostly community funding. So pretty important stuff. We used, as a committee, used to go and cater for the Canary Triathlon as a fundraiser for raising funds for the theatre. In 2001, I stood before this council again for an emergency fund when I was managing the theatre for $9,000 because it was a recession year. It really was to keep the theatre open. And luckily, we had gone from strength to strength from that point. I was privileged to get a little citation to say that we didn't know how lucky they were to keep it going. And it's been hard over the years. It's essential that we do have the community funding. For a period there, we had no earthquake insurance, and the facilities that we have got, we need insurance money. We support the town by advertising in the Hokitika Guardian. There are many schools, and we're coming up to the season, school breakups, all of the things that are probably 10 to 12 events every year that rely on our and in addition to places like Anzac Day and big events like that, all of the launches of books and fundraisers and special events, special historic events for the Westland Museum. So I just want to ask for your support for there. We've always had good support from the council, and that's basically what I want to say for that. I'll say most of what I want to say into the Farm Forest Commission.
Thanks, Mike. Just pause there. Anyone have any questions of Michael about the regional submission?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. You have 5 minutes on the unique submission.
Wearing this hat is to ensure that, carrying on from my previous submission, that it's really important to keep the theatre at a very high standard, to encourage major events here in Hokitika. And my written submission to you is about a page there, is on the West Coast Farm Forest Association conference we held in 2016. We've had 2 in Greymouth, with bigger town, bigger theatres, but we decided, because facilities were here, that we bring the national conference here. And these are planned a year or 2 ahead. You have to be there, you have to be operating. You have to have the equipment, the technical equipment, the staff, and the facilities all in good order. So, and it was a no-brainer. Here we have tourist town Hokitika. Normally when our events like that, we'd put on lunch, or we'd had lunch and tea, but we decided it was just too much hard work. It was a lovely town full of cafes and things, and we sent them all out to go there. Our conference, we had 200 people attending. The conference fee was $500. It's $100,000 spent in the town. Additional probably $20,000 of accommodation spent. We had David O'Connor open the facilities. The technical facilities work really well, and that's what it's really all about. The future is technical facilities, having right equipment, right speech, so it all works. And we had 6 action groups. We found in the theatre, we found 6 little cubby holes that we could run group meetings in, so well down there. And it was a really good week. Over 3 days we were actually in the theatre, and another 3 days we ventured far and wide to southwest and Shantytown, even up as far as Reefton. So we have really, from this point, supported the whole West Coast through your theatre. And we went to the Boys Brigade 2 times, local supermarkets, bakeries, over the whole 6 days. And basically, if you want to have seminars like this, want people to come, your facilities have to be there, they have to be ready and go, because all this planning takes place at least a year before, because that's when you actually go to your committees and say, can we have it here? So it basically starts 2 years out. We really can't afford to be up and down and all of those things. So that's basically the farm forestry. And I'll show you the, this is the run sheet from the minute by minute, hour by hour, what every bit of equipment every person has to be at 9:15, 6:15. And so this again was a huge event for our town. 3 days spent in the Hokitika. And again, District Line must have started planning at least 2 years prior to have come here. So that's the really important thing about these groups, and there are lots of them. The problem is at the moment is we're running out of tourists. Our theatre, of the West going back to films now, a third of its patrons are overseas visitors from other places. So that's really important to us. That's the icing off the cake that's not there at the moment. Well, I thought it wasn't there, but I've been on duty the last 2 Saturdays, and in fact there have been more people from England, Germany, America, and Greymouth, and over the hill than they have locals. Okay, we're trying to get some new films. Haven't got many now. One projector's down, waiting to be installed, but we really want to get back and up and running. So it's really important that we have this secure footing. We get our insurance paid. We can advertise in the paper, support the local thing, that we just need to get up over this little edge and be back to where we were on track last year before COVID-19. Just in summary, I'll just sum up in a special way. So this theatre has, last 30 years, always been well supported by mayors and councillors over the years. And we just ask your support again. And summing up, at a similar hearing about 2 councils ago in the St John's Ambulance rooms, Mayor Mike Havel got up after a vexatious submission from a person with a personal agenda, and he said, Regent Theatre is an essential business and community service in Hokitika. End of discussion, end of story. And I ask you to take, and we thought that was just the best support we ever had. And of course, Mayor Havel's pretty good, and Mayor Smith and all those. So we just ask for your support in that same vein, and just recognise that it's not just us little group here, it's the whole community that's really behind us, and they would support whatever funding assistance you can provide. Thank you.
Well done.
Thank you.
10 months on the Regent Theatre is 5, so that's well done.
Any more questions on that, Hart?
Maybe we're going to have any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Okay, the next bit is Gail Flocklands. Gail here. Anyone know Gail Flocklands?
What's the time?
10 minutes.
So we're powering through this, and we have Melanie Anderson at 11:35, so we need another break.
I've got so much I could be doing.
Are you here in Mark Saxton? Okay, so I think we'll go
Not on the list.
What time are you coming back?
At 11:30. Yeah.
Okay, thanks, David.
Yeah, it's me clicking.
What do you,
I'm in there. No, I'm just I like to click. I'm a clicker. I do all the time.
That's really weird.
You left.
Oh, yeah, you leave the notes.
I always got some work to do that, and I've only these concrete matters, Tim's got up in the environment. So I'm just wondering what you've got.
That was last night while I was.
And even if there's anyone showing
So, Di, how are we going on the live stream? We have to run. Okay. Vicky will recommence the submissions now. And Melanie, I think you're finished up. Thank you. Get over the LinkedIn thing. Just remember that you'll be live streaming.
Try not to curse too many times in. Okay, good morning everyone. Firstly, I'd just like to start by reading an open letter to the affected parties of the proposed road reserve annual fee increase. I'd first like to apologise for the timing, upset and stress that my previous letter outlining the proposed increase in annual licence fee has caused. As noted in the first letter, the proposed change has come about due to Western District Council's review of the rating-based information, which highlighted that they have not been correctly charging rates on the site that you occupy. I have included some additional information to the letter sent last month to clarify our position and reason for the increase. Firstly, mid-February 2020, Destination Westland staff met with council staff to discuss the change. Late February 2020, independent opinion was sought by Destination Westland to confirm Western District Council's position. March 2020, country went into lockdown due to COVID-19. 7th of May, the draft annual plan went out for consultation. As part of the annual plan process, all fees and charges are reviewed and included in the consultation process if changed. Unfortunately, the proposed fee increase for batches on unformed legal road was missed being included. Our oversight, not Western District Council's. 25th of May, letter sent to licence to occupy holders. The letter should have stated it was a proposed fee increase, awaiting confirmation through the annual plan, rather than stating it was an actual increase. June 2020, Destination Westland put through a submission to have the fee increase included in the annual plan. I've had another look at the proposed fee increase and the difference between what we are currently charged by Western District Council by way of contribution in lieu of rates and what the total rates are expected to be, and have made a submission to Council that the fee be increased from $2,050 up to $2,255, a 10% increase, rather than the $2,500 previously notified in the past letter. This proposed fee also includes West Coast regional rates as per previous years. It is also important to note that the annual fee charge has been set at the same rate for approximately 10 years, but concede that the timing of the increase is not ideal for any party concerned. Sincerely, Melanie Anderson.
Do you have anything further to say about that?
No.
Do you have any
questions?
Oh, yeah, I do. Hey Mel, how's it going? First of all, thanks for the clarification there being sent out to all the affected parties, batch owner licence holders for these batches. Would you describe a 10% increase in anything as significant?
It's actually marginal. 10% is marginal to being significant. If anything, it's probably not. 20% significant, 10% not so much.
15%?
I asked the context.
Oh, sorry. The reason I ask is I know we're not supposed to comment on what we think, but I believe we've got a process to follow here. I wouldn't have a problem with it if due process was followed. These people, because you're submitting to us, but these people, had you not sent the letter out, wouldn't have had the opportunity to submit and say, we don't want this fee increase. Had the due process been followed, I would have been fine with it, but I don't believe it has been, and so I can't, I'm not fine with any form of increase. I don't think we can do it because it is significant, in my opinion, 10% increase. That's kind of why I was asking. Yeah, apologies.
That's a matter of think about later on. Any other issues or questions that you want?
Just another, so just clarification, Mel.
Yeah.
These batch owners as licences, you know, are we talking about for large areas of land that these things are sitting on? Because my understanding is, I mean, some batches are only on very, very small spaces, and yet, you know, then you might have someone next door that takes up, you know, has considerable more, but are they all charged the same fee regardless of size?
All the batch sites are about 10 by 10, is my understanding, and the annual fee for all LTOs licensed to occupy is the same uniform rate, same fee right across the board.
Mel, can you just remind us how many licences we're talking about?
86.
86, thank you.
Can you tell us, Mel, why there's been no increase for 10 years? Is that just an admin oversight?
Inefficiencies in previous systems.
Right.
And just looking at costs, if the proposed change to the rating information database hadn't happened, we probably wouldn't have even looked at it. It's an increase in costs to the organisation, and by doing this, we're actually reducing impact further up the chain as well.
So what are the costings from Destination Westland are relevant to, you know, what they're paying, you know, because even $2,000 a year is significant to pay in rates when you consider up here, you know, you can actually have a section and you're paying that or slightly more to get a lot more services.
Yeah, to clarify, Councillor Cogan, it's an annual licence fee that includes rates. So it's only part of the fee is the rates that Western District Council charges. So that's something to discuss with the team at council.
Okay, so the 2,050 isn't all rates?
No. About 1,100 will be some of the batch sites in Western District Council rates, and then you've got regional council rates on top of that.
Sorry, just one more thing. Can you clarify the agreement between, if any, what the agreement is between the property company and the council in terms of these fees and receiving them? Like, does 75% of the fee go to the property company and 25% of the fee go to the council?
No, Western District Council will be getting a much bigger portion of the annual licence fee.
Is that a deferral from last year or the previous years, or
No.
has it always been the same?
So the history is once upon a time, rates were charged on batch areas, and then this is all in the history books there, and that was changed, and instead of rates being charged, a contribution in lieu of rates was charged, which was worked out to be 25% of the licence fee, and that came back to council. A review of the rating information database, which was done by council staff to relook and ensure they were actually capturing all the rates possible, highlighted that they weren't. And as a consequence of that, we had a meeting where we were notified that rates were going to be charged. The amounts of the rates being charged were more than what we were paying as contribution in lieu of rates. And good commercial sense says that you don't absorb that sort of difference, because that's, and as much as I would love to say we can absorb that, we can't, and it's not the right thing to do. So we do have to pass on that cost.
And so just once, so you knew in March 2020 you were planning to increase the fee?
Yeah, yes we did, just due to a lot of things from March onwards, it did get lost in translation.
Thanks, man.
That's right.
Any further questions?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Kylie Berry and Mark Sangster.
Well, Kylie Berry Mark's not here.
Just
And
come
I'm-
up to the lectern, thank you very much.
Sure. So I'm just basically filling in for Brenda Moan, so I'm just reading something off my phone that she emailed me. And I do have just, sorry, one quick question. Are you Bob Milne? Are you Bob Milne?
No.
Okay, I'll just ask because in this I'm referring to a Bob Milne to speak after, but I don't believe he's here, so I'll skip that bit out. And I'm not a fan on public speaking, so excuse the nerves. Okay, so speaking to submission on Westland District Council annual plan on price hike to licences to occupy, 16 June. Greetings to Your Honour the Mayor, Westland District Councillors and attending council staff members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to my submission on the annual plan on the price hike to annual licence fees by Destination Westland for licences to occupy on the road reserve. When we were offered a licence to occupy on unformed legal road by Westland Properties, we are informed that the annual licence fee of $2,050 included District Council and Regional Council rates. We do have correspondence from Westland Properties and Westland District Council to back this up. People in the Westland District are facing unprecedented hardship with the aftermath of COVID-19. Many of the licensees will be relying on white baiting, maybe for the last time, to make ends meet. The imposition of this 25% rise in fees in the guise of rates, 450% rate rise, is unfair, unjustified and heartless at this time. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Some of the licenses have said that they are considering walking away from their batches because there is no guarantee that this price hike is not just the beginning. If this increase can be imposed without due process, there is nothing to stop the fees increasing massively in the future. And that's where I refer to Bob Milne, who unfortunately isn't here. And I believe this was written when we believed it was going up by $450 as opposed to the $205 that's now been stated. Thank you.
Okay, anyone have any questions?
I'll do my best.
Thank you.
No, thanks for your submission.
Thanks, Kylie. Thank you.
Wasn't that bad after all, was it?
Oh, you know, it's good. You were very kind.
Excellent.
Can I hand out a sheet of paper, people?
Yes, you can.
Don't look at it just yet, I'll make sure.
Surprise. It's a classic teacher move.
Is that?
Everyone will now look at it.
Tony?
Good morning, everyone. So my submission was about the, better read it. So the outcome of contiguous and non-contiguous rating review. So I have a couple of sections I believe contiguous, and I completed the document that was sent out, but we got rebuffed. So for the last few years, it has been contiguous, but it's changed these two sections that are side by side and now being rated at their full value. So 2 uniform annual general charges, double every, so it's back to as if they weren't contiguous. And I've got correspondence with through Petro about what, well, not actually explaining fully why, other than it was determined that I'm no longer eligible for getting the reduction on that second property that sits right next to the other one. And probably in section, 20 of the Local Government Rating Act 2002 talks about, you're probably familiar with it. So 2 or more rating units must be treated as one unit for setting a rate if those units are owned by the same person or persons and used jointly as a single unit and contiguous or separated only by a road, railway drain, water race, river or stream. And they sit right side by side, so they are contiguous. And then I looked at a little bit of homework on what's happening around the community, especially in Westland. That's what the sheet of paper does. It shows you the anomalies that are going on in our district. So some people are getting charged, every property on here, so you'll see a line under each one. So they are, same person owns 2 or more properties, and they're the rating results moving forward. So we have one, and the first one is in Hokitika, side-by-side contiguous properties, not much different from mine. They're getting fully rated, they're vacant on the first line. On the second line, no uniform annual general charge, no water rate. I'm paying 0.5 on sewage and water. Second line, second Ruatapu, you can see that it's missed a couple of UAGCs on a couple of years. And on the second property in year 2020-21, again, no UAGC. Woodstock, they've been increased to fully be rated on both their sections. Another one in Hokitika Town, there's a single unit with a vacant residential section next to it. They're getting the rates remission. The next property down, same scenario as that one above it. They've been pushed back up to be fully rated on a vacant residential section plus the house next door, despite previously being given the remission. In the area where I'm got these sections, one person, two properties are getting new houses built at the moment. They also own a vacant lot next to it. One person's being charged the full amount for both sections. The other person has been given a remission on their vacant section. In Kumara is quite, they're getting remissions on everything. So especially if we've got 2 or more sections. On the back page, one person's got 4 side-by-side sections. They applied for a remission in 2019 and received the remission, and that's carried through to this year. So my objection is we're all being treated slightly differently. I don't know where you stand, and how do we know that we are being treated fairly across the district when there's a different outcome for almost the same scenario and just about. I didn't have to look very hard to find this information. I could have provided pages of information. So is the council following the Act, or is it sort of just saying, well, we can do this and I'm meant to go along with it?
Have you discussed this with council staff?
Yes, with the rating officer.
What was the outcome of that?
That's just what I said. So I've got the letter here, the email thread. So going back to 15th of April, I explained exactly what I said. Both sections were purchased at the same time on the same day by the same people. They are both used jointly as a single unit. Well, they haven't got a house on it, they're still vacant sections. So they are contiguous with the same driveway. And the reply came back. Basically, I've got a letter back to say I've been turned down by contiguous, what I wanted there. So they have reviewed the letter again.
Probably not inflection, so we should get into the detail of your individual case and the circumstances. Any other councillors have any questions about the principle rather than particulars?
Yeah, I'd just like to ask, so the ones that weren't granted the contiguous rates, do you know whether or not they asked or applied for them?
I don't know, no.
So, and some of these
I know a couple of people
that applied.
Possibly did. I know who they are because real estate, you get to know who's who, and that's why you also get to look at a lot of rates.
Yeah.
Because you're always having to enter them into anything against the property.
So I believe that if they haven't applied for them, they won't get them.
That's possibly true.
Yeah.
I did apply.
Yes, yeah, no, for sure. And we're talking town type sections here, as
Well,
opposed
uniform
to
annual
50 acres or something.
Uniform annual general charge, especially on, I guess, small lots, rural, residential, and etc. It should probably go, according to the rates officer, it's meant to go on each property. But the thing is, what I've seen is that it's arbitrary. It's going, some people are getting bumped up. I got bumped up. So that's why I'm here today.
but some people are not getting bumped up. And I think they're correct. What's happening to them is correct because it's the Act, as Section 20 says. If you've got contiguous property, it should be true. You can, so we're getting 0.5 of a water charge and sewerage as well, but those other like general rate, and you get a general rate as well. So.
Okay, any other questions?
Thank you very much, Tony, for your
Thanks.
great submission.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's the end of the submissions process.
Was
Deliberations, yeah.
We just missed Gail, didn't we?
Yeah. They're not coming on.
There's quite a few that notified they weren't going to do it, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
but-
Gavin has yet.
Okay.
Okay.
half an hour, 20 minutes, but there's some things we can not.
I updated the interest register. I don't know if that was the right thing to do, but I just wrote into it.
It hasn't come over this side yet.
Have you got it there?
It's on Teams.
No, on Teams.
Is there a hard copy around or not?
Haven't seen that too.
Nathan, what was your update? Can we know about it? Because I've been reading it.
Oh, I just put all the, because none of my interests had perceived or pecuniary or actual or potential.
Councillors put out live streaming again, so come order. And there's a consideration of the submissions.
If you could follow, if you follow Appendix 2, I think there's 34 relevant submission topics. And I think it's a process we can go through and actually go through those in order. There are some, Chair, that both His Worship and iwi would like to be involved with in terms of deliberation, so we'll park those and come back to them on their return. So the first one I recommend we discuss is number 2, civil defence emergency containers. This had 2 options put to the community. One is to put 5 containers around relevant key areas within Westland to support civil defence emergency issues. 2 options, one was a very base container and one was a high-end container with all the bells and whistles. There's been a split obviously in terms of what types, but most have appeared to be in support of this philosophy. This will be run by the civil defence team out of the regional council, obviously utilising the council's budget to do this. And open up for questions.
Several submitters commented, Simon, on requirements having changed or the need having changed due to tourism and COVID. Have you got a comment on that?
Obviously, we don't have a big demand. If we look at the events of the past, most of the impacts have been based around tourists being trapped and supplying tourists with the right necessities. This is obviously talking about next year's annual plan, whether this starts in July or starts being implemented in the back end of the early first half of 2021. So there's still a period of time for this to be implemented. I suppose the timing is obviously compromised regarding COVID when the annual plan went out. Definitely a reduction in tourist numbers will not see a greater need. But I think the philosophy still is the same.
But it may be that we prioritise other townships because the need has changed in the tourism ones. I would just like to see it looked at with that in mind.
Yeah. We don't have to roll them all out at the same time. You know what I mean? There can be a staged approach, but I think when you go around procuring 5 versus 1 at a time, there's likely to be some savings. The civil defence team at Regional Council will take the lead on this, not council staff. Obviously, will be involved with supporting them, but primarily they will be out of that team.
And can you just clarify, are the containers able to be airlifted relatively easily from one place to another?
The weight of them may prohibit that. I'm not sure. I doubt if it would have the right types of airlifting machinery here. Potentially, if it was coming from, Iroquois helicopter could potentially lift it if required. It really depends if it was packed full of materials, the weight of it might be quite restricted.
Simon, there was another couple of questions also around with the containers I noticed by some of the submitters. One was whether containers is the right option for actually storing all these as far as accessibility goes, like if we have a big earthquake, are they going to be something that's going to be in an area that is accessible for, I would assume that civil defence would put some thought into that. The other one was that I did notice some of the submitters also mentioned about the fact that why does it have to be in containers, you know, when they might have perfectly good locations in their areas where the stuff that needs to be in those containers could sit within building constructions.
I suppose we know containers are built to handle significant events around resilience. That's the idea, and that's why a lot of emergency centres are built around that philosophy. I'm not sure what structures they're talking about, so I can't comment. You know, are they earthquake proof at the right standard?
I know they raised it down on Fox Place.
Well, I think that's a debate that will need to be happened with the relevant communities. In terms of location, we wouldn't be putting them in an area that wasn't accessible. And most of them will be based around welfare centres anyway. I'm sure that they do a nice fit in terms of welfare, providing welfare support and food supplies.
So the basics of what needs to go onto them, if we were looking at the basic container, other than the super container, even with that basic, you know, because I mean it's still a significant, obviously $8,000. Has it also been investigated with the basic, whether all of what needs to go into that at the moment, considering we are going through this COVID period, and maybe not, you know, looking at cost savings, that, you know, some of it, you know, we could do within this next 12-month period that was more urgent than others until, you know, the economy gets back up and running again. I mean, can that be also considered?
Well, you either go basic or you go for premium. You can't then go into premium because you're buying a standard piece of equipment. You're buying the physical container already, I suppose, it's designed for the purpose.
Yeah.
You can't then say, oh, I want to upgrade it to a different one.
No, but isn't it not just the container, but it's also the stuff that we're storing in the container?
Yeah.
Is all included in that $80,000.
Correct.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is of the stuff that we need to store in there, you know, should there be a review around how much of that stuff in the shorter term needs to go into the containers, bare essentials, with the consideration that it's, you know, when the economy gets up and running again, we can actually.
I suppose there's some of that can be reviewed in terms of what, I haven't seen what's supposed to be kitted out in each of those containers, and we could get into the detail of that. I think the crux of it is you support the concept of containers, basic versus premium one, and we can manage that project based on the need through the year. In terms of actually the project execution, it's a lot more detail than I have with you right now.
Through the chair, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Crothers. To the Chief Executive, what's your recommendation?
Well, I've known that we've had, as I said, we've had some significant, over the last 2 years, some significant issues. We've flown food in, particularly to the Haast area during Cyclone Faye. We were coming close to having supply issues to friends during the December events. We had over 1,000 tourists trapped in there. We had to fly in food to fit out the local store. If we have a significant, and we're talking about obviously an earthquake event, we are going to be severely compromised. Actually getting food into there. Helicopters will be more used in recovery and looking after people rather than supplying materials. And if you think about an AF8 issue, will be from Queenstown all the way up the coast. So demand for supply food is going to be quite scarce. Having it there available when you need it is going to be a huge advantage to any local towns. I would recommend going for the premium option, but I would also suggest leaving it to the back end of the year based on numbers increasing.
Thank you for that response. So further to my question, through the chair, what is the actual impact on the Premier containers in terms of rates?
Oh, very low in terms of, it's 50,000 on a loan.
I think they're on a loan,
So they'll be debt funded, not depreciated? Okay. Oh, going forward, but we haven't got a reserve to fund that. I'm just sorry, this is just spooling. I don't know if anyone else is lost internet connectivity, but that's down, so I haven't got it right in front of me. But okay, so with that and potentially phasing it over 2 financial years, is that what you're alluding to? Sorry, around leaving it to the latter half?
We're executing this year. In terms of kit out, obviously that's an ongoing commitment once we've done this as well. There will be an ongoing OPEX every 2 years to replenish. So we've got to be aware that that is a commitment through the long-term plan that we'll have to acknowledge.
And thank you. So it will still, the implementation's actually not really relevant then to the decision here, is it? It's just timing for staff to proceed with it. So will this save lives?
Well, put it this way, it will cause less distress during an event. If we're, like I said, if we have food available that we know is available for use for a large number of trapped people, it's going to cause less distress and obviously a lot less requirements for an EOC to manage short-term.
Well, also, if they have a major event, then people's attention, folks, going to be distracted elsewhere with the major coastways. Local areas targeting some of these are themselves.
So it's looking up, it's being prepared to look after stuff as the primary factor.
So with that information taken on board, I'm still really keen to hear other councillors' views, but my preference would be the Premier containers based on that rationale around the benefit that would provide to the ratepayer.
Any other councillors have any?
Just on in terms of the civil defence, and I totally understand why you would want to do it. I suppose there does become a problem when you have these containers with food, and so rather than people doing what they should and rely on themselves and plan for themselves, they will then be saying, we've got this container, we don't need to do any planning, so we can just use that. There's just a concern there for me, because people should be looking after number one, getting rid of themselves, and I understand why it's a good thing to have. It's just a concern. I would be more leaning towards the standard containers, but it's just my opinion.
But the other point of view is that the provision of the containers might be a catalyst for local communities to think, hey, we need to be thinking about this as a community. We've got this container now as the focus of our planning. Who knows?
Yeah, totally. And perhaps sometimes I can be guilty of being a bit pessimistic here, Deputy Mayor Carruthers.
Each community may have different wants and specific wants and needs. I mean, another thing that was raised through one of the submissions was about generator, which I know you've discussed is in the past before. And so I just wonder from the council's perspective, because I mean, I don't know what we're missing from the basic container to the, to the high price container that people wouldn't be getting. And is it that, these communities are set up with their basic container and, but then, based on the needs of that area, that there's some sort of even funding there to be able to support if they need some of those other things like a generator as well.
We've actually applied several times for central government support for generators across. We've put a number of applications and have been unsuccessful 3 times now.
Yeah.
The next piece, and we even pulled out building our resilience package that we proposed in the original annual plan of $200,000 a year to build up a package. We will also putting in a generator proposal for this building for an EOC. We do, in my mind, need to look at this support as part of our ongoing resilience package for Westland through the long-term plan process regarding generators for the welfare centres particularly, because we will have to commit if no one else is going to support us through funding.
Well, I think generators are a very important part of, emergency.
Yeah, well, the whole resilience package is quite complex when you start talking about what needs to be done where. The more you can have a standalone community that relies less and less on external supply, that's what resilience is all about. So that comes at a cost. The balance between cost and actually being totally resilient and independent, be able to survive and then weighing up the options.
Just through the chair. You've probably mentioned it before, but where does the requirement or recommendation come from?
Where did it come from?
Yeah, for us to do this.
Right. So this has been a recommendation as part of the Civil Defence team, and I suppose a review of every event we've had. We've always debriefed after a large event. And this was one of the actions to review whether we have provide some support around suppliers. So this is the outcome of that review.
Yeah.
So it's been a recommendation from debriefings in the past.
That team being.
Well, it's been through the Civil Defence team with obviously the wider key group.
It's in standard structure, so in terms of when there's been an incident, anytime there's an incident in the district, we're in Westland, then there are debriefs that come through that. Recommendations for those debriefs are then taken to what we refer to as a CARE, which is a coordinating executive group, which has all council representatives, generally the Cs and chairs, and in terms of that, we've also our stakeholder groups and emergency services sitting around the table, and then we're required further endorsements then sought from the Civil Defence Emergency Management Group, which is mayors and chairs. So it has been sitting here since I started January last year, so it was really what came out of Fahey and Gita the previous year, in 2018. And it's been sitting and waiting, and it's just one of those things where, because of the restrictions of different councils, where this is the time and it's right to bring it forward in terms of finally getting these in place. I think one of the things, as you're aware of my involvement in COVID-19, and it picks up on what you spoke about earlier, Ryan, is making sure that there are policies in place that we don't have people looking at that as the first option. So without going into the exact details and the cost in terms of welfare, costs that would have been met by this council if not picked up by government. The government didn't have to pick up those costs, but they've chosen it to because of the enormity of the situation. And it's making sure, just as we have to do with these applicants coming through, that they have actually tried every other avenue that is available to them first, before we would then, in terms of the containers as an example, open the containers and then provide what was needed. So it's not to be the one-stop shop as the first priority. It is there in terms of the extraneous situations where people are landlocked, have no other options available to them, and those people that we rely on, which are our volunteers in each of these communities, acting in civil defence roles, purely as volunteers, are able to respond to the needs that are required in those communities. So that is what we're preparing for. It's not the what if, it's the when, and we are having wins more and more and more, not just here in terms of West Coast and Westland, but the whole of New Zealand. So that's the intent. It just comes down to whether it is the premium model or it is the lesser model, which then requires more consultation in terms of not getting the containers, but then what does the inside of those containers look like, because there may be differences. But in terms of endorsing the Chief Exec's recommendation, I too would be looking at the premier model in terms of the recommendation for council. But that doesn't mean prevent us from having the discussions with Franz Joseph or Fox Glacier or or anywhere else in terms of this is what's been approved, but what is the best model for you. If they determine that no, we only need this one, or we want to modify something we already have that still meets the aims, then we can have those conversations.
Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else have any?
TC's answered the questions that I had, thank you.
So we need a motion to this.
Yes, so basically the two options, or three options, don't do anything obviously. Second is to go with the lesser model, and the third option is to actually consider the premium model.
Well, I'll tease the meeting and move that we adopt the premier version of the containers for civil defence emergencies. How do you with that, Simon?
It's actually in sort of a submission process though. So option one was to procure premium containers at a cost of 159,800 is what we propose.
Yes. Okay, do we have a second for that motion? Yep. Councillor Martin. All those in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Motion's carried. Fantastic. Who's Stephen?
Only 31 to go.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Because each of the communities
So-
is to be at the bottom.
No matter how much education they sometimes they don't.
Totally rely on, that's gonna be the be all and end all, shouldn't be irrelevant on every household, and every community should be doing planning.
Okay, it's lunchtime and we'll discontinue the live stream and refresh ourselves. Thank you.
Had more breaks than meeting.
Lucky you're not on an hourly rate.
Sorry. Used to running around on eating your food while you're running around on duty or quite nice.
Thank you for this.
Okay, so just to repeat that, we're just waiting for the Mayor to return, and so we're going to commence on item number 3, which is the Friends Community Development Funding issue.
So, councillors, both communities, Fox and Franz Joseph, have withdrawn their request for additional funds for the CDO and the Township Development Fund. So it remains status quo. So I propose that it's considered as withdrawn unless any councillors want to.
So is anything required from us?
Just resolve to remain status quo.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'll put a motion to the floor that we do not increase the funding for the Friends and Fox Community Development.
Someone will second that? Councillor Neil, thanks. All those in favour?
Aye. Through the chair, sorry, is Councillor Hartshorn participating at the moment? Okay, thank you, just curious.
Let's move to number 5. Ross Down.
So councillors, there's been raised previous council meetings, looking to secure funds from the Ross Endowment Land Fund to undertake maintenance and repairs on the Ross squash courts and gym. As already alluded to at the prior council meeting, we decided to go into full consultation rather than just retaining a community meeting outcome request. So this is the outcome of that full consultation process. So as you can see, there's overwhelming support for that. So council starts with questions.
Anyone got any questions? Councillor?
Through the chair, thank you very much. I support the recommendation that as put by the, what was that noise, sorry? Oh, I thought something was correct. By the Ross Community Society and the submitters that spoke in favour of today. I think they raised a valid point around process, and it wasn't the time to get into the debate then, but I think it's a really important piece of work as part of the LTP to clarify in writing what the correct process is for accessing restricted reserves, because I absolutely sympathise with what they're saying, but I also have the experience, and I'm sure some of our staff do as well, of processes where community groups have put forward recommendations to us in the past, and council has run along with those recommendations and then discovered alternative views existed within the community. So I'm not saying that's the case here. I think what we've got is a very good, clear way forward. However, as part of the LTP work, I think we should really clarify in writing in the long-term plan who are the delegated groups that have autonomy around restricted reserves in terms of recommending their release to council. And I think that goes for any community rate that, or community group, sorry, that exists within a community rating zone that has a restricted reserve or an endowment fund associated with it. We've got 3 or 2? Two restricted endowment reserves, but there's a number of other restricted reserves that have a way of operating around them that's probably not reflected in writing as what it should be going forward. So I support the release of the funds.
There's probably always going to be a section of the community who's going to be promoting a particular project or.
And the answer might be that it has to undergo public consultation. That might be the outcome, but then that's clarified and the community groups understand why that is the case.
Through the chair, actually just to follow on from Ray from the I had a similar conversation with Simon. I just think that there needs to be clarification, just a better clarification for community groups around what that process is, and whether it is that there's public consultation and that's for 30 days, but that can be at any point throughout the year. It doesn't have to be simply based around annual plan time.
Yeah, there's responsibility for, as councillors holding these funds, that we actually carry out the consultation, but there's no reason we can't just carry out the consultation, which is in a particular area, so just Ross, or something like that. But there is, the process would be that council is responsible to actually consult and ensure that the ratepayers as a whole in that area, and not just community group, are for or against something.
I have a chance to outside this.
Through the chair, perhaps the example of the Grey District Council, where they have similar funds, and they poll ratepayers of that particular district.
How do they do that?
Is it a special consultative process?
I'm not sure of that. I think it's a postal poll. And whatever the outcome is, the council's bound by it, but at least you know. But they don't get repeated in the Grey District.
All right, I'm going to move that the council supports releasing the requested funds up to $30,000 from the Rossendale Land Fund.
I second that.
Councillor Davidson seconds that. All those in favour?
Yeah. Aye.
Double back. That's okay. Okay, right. So, someone will do that next.
You can carry on down until his worship's ready to carry on.
Number 6. Number 6. Yep. Okay, number 6, funding application. The sports side.
Through the chair, please note my, as per the interest register, my membership of this group, so I will not be participating in the discussion or the decision relating to this matter.
Through the chair, I haven't filled out my form yet, but I'm the same.
I think this is a preliminary matter. It'd be helpful if Simon made a comment on this, because the submission was that these additional funds were as a consequence of council requirements around building consent, almost as an inference they were sort of unreasonable requirements. Simon has a different view about those, and needs to explain.
Yeah, so as alluded to, when he was just talking, I wrote to Jackie Gurdon, who was representing the advisory group, trying to clarify some points that were raised in their submission. So 3 of the 7 points were in fact requirements of the building code, and 2 of those points were actually imposed by FENS, or Fire Emergency, as part of the engineer's review of the building. So we were just undertaking their review and requirements. Site works for the foundations. That assessment wasn't accurate, hence the reason the costs had gone up. So that was purely an outcome of a proper assessment of ground conditions. In terms of security and data wiring, that actually wasn't a code requirement. It was an over and above, but it was included as part of the building consent works. So we requested further information. Item 6 was around fencing layout changes, and item 7 was to do with retractable sports netting, and they did not appear on part of the consent documents, but were given out as part of the plan to show where the initial went. So they weren't in compliance, so that had to be modified as well. So the reference that it was all council imposed costs is not actually accurate. Some of these were imposed by other parties, but were a part of the building consent process.
Nevertheless, there is a shortfall.
Correct.
So can you summarise how much we've put in this project?
So council, obviously through the MDI fund, put $1.5 million towards this. It's going back a couple of years now. And also another 100,000 in the last annual plan or long-term plan process, the 1.6 million.
Do you give any advice to us about how we should do?
So I'd like to just hand over to Leslie, because we have started a full review of Reserve Development Fund. And it clearly shows and highlights that actually Hokitika is actually oversubscribed to the development fund in terms of its representation. So Leslie, you want to speak to that?
Yes, the fund hasn't been reconciled fully for a number of years because the information has, I've had to do a lot of searching to find this information from years back. This fund has been in place from about 1997. So I am still reconciling it, but the one thing I did do was have a look at the contributions from the Hokitika area and what we've actually spent in that area, and we've actually overspent in this area. Reserve funds, the contributions have to be returned to that area, that community area, so it's such as Hokitika or Kamara, etc. So there are no funds available for any reserve funding in the Hokitika area at present time.
So is that the Hokitika community rate?
So we're looking at it as kind of community rating zones, although I think if there's large areas as part of community zone where there's development, then we need to look at that being as like Kamara and Kamara Junction are one rating zone, but we're looking at that as Kamara and Kamara Junction.
And sorry, just you say Hokitika is oversubscribed by how much?
About 1.2 million. Yeah, like I say, I'm still reconciling that, and I think that will reduce as I reconcile it, but it's certainly, we haven't got it.
So where would this money come from if we decided to?
Yeah, so the only place really it could come from is cash reserves, but you have to remember that our cash comes from rates generally, and the cash we have has probably been rated for another purpose, such as depreciation on an asset or something.
So therefore, if we don't agree to fund this, the organisation, what's up there will be required to fund that elsewhere. So councillors, it's a tough situation for them and also for us.
Just to highlight, there's also another request later on, obviously from Lions Club for the same fund, with Lazard Park. So it's in the same dilemma. Just want to highlight that.
I'm sorry tonight, can I get some clarification? Angela's submission, and I can't find it, she mentioned they needed $11,000 in insurance cover, and is that on top of the 78?
That's their annual, that's their annual.
Oh, okay, apologies.
Insurance,
Yeah.
So that's covered under item 4, I think.
So Simon, is it appropriate for your
That's their responsibility.
what your advice to councillors? How we should do?
Well, obviously this, personally, this is a significant asset for the town. I must acknowledge that. Council has put a lot of effort supporting the project over the last 2.5 years. We've given a lot of in-kind support, like the system of project managing. The risk at the moment, and it's future works yet to be done, is the rebound surfacing. We're supporting with getting quotes for that. And that's the piece of work that would be compromised in the short term. So there would be a delay in that rebound surface going on, which is not being proposed to go on until next winter, I think, Latham, is that correct? So that's the issue right now, is deferred, but they have the capital to complete the current project other than the rebound surfacing, as far as I'm aware. So I'll leave it to council to deliberate.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. The notes that I took in listening to Angela was that their community group had raised over 200,000. 745,000 was put in by Ministry of Education. $1.5 million was put in by Development West Coast. Council's put in $100,000. 1,000 people use it every month, and it's a game changer for the kids that in the sports clubs that have all joined together to play sport. So we can talk about all sorts of figures, but we've actually put 100,000 in, and there's 3 odd million come from somewhere else. And I don't think, I think we need to either underwrite the shortfall or be part of the solution, because this is truly a community effort that's gone in by a whole lot of dedicated people.
Would it be appropriate for this council to meet a portion of the shortfall? Is it all or nothing situation? If we agree to underwrite half.
Through the chair, I'm familiar of this. This is a hot potato, now's not the time to drop it. This is such an asset for the town and the district. And there's no going back on it. I feel for them that they seem to have had someone along the lines or advice as to what was required. Be that things and whatever it is. And now they're left holding the baby. I don't think it's fair, given that there's been a huge community effort to get this far. I just think also that I was conscious of what Angela said today, that they modelled it on somewhere up North Island, another small town.
Another small town.
I thought she said a small town like that.
You're right.
Oh, that's awkward, isn't it? But they didn't have anywhere near the costs that they had encountered here. And also, of course, the fact that this is an asset that's otherwise the council would, in other areas, would provide.
Through the chair as well, I'm like minds with the Mayor and Paul in support. I think that there has been a tremendous amount of work by Development West Coast, the committee of the sports hub, but a lot of people in this community, a lot of businesses in this community that have gone behind and fully supported it. We really have a remarkable structure up there. I would question, like the intention I know from the committee was not that there was going to be a shortfall, and somewhere along the line, there's that little piece of information that, may have been not provided. Because I can't imagine, knowing the committee that I know, that they would, you don't just miss 78,000, do you? I'm concerned that, there's obviously failure somewhere that they're now in this situation. The time and effort now that the construction is up is to get into actually, making money from it and having our community out there completely enjoying it. It is, our understanding is that it will become part of a council-owned asset, and that's our commitment. Okay, sorry. Okay. If it was to become our council-owned asset, which I, would also be in support of, I think that somehow we need to be able to come as close to helping out with the shortfall as we possibly can.
What are the implications for rates?
It's like Leslie has alluded to, will come out of cash reserves.
Well, for this extra funding, because it's a one-off, you can make the decision whether we rate it next year or whether it comes out of the cash reserves. But you have to remember that, again, and I'm not taking sides on this, but the cash was there, it was rated for a purpose, and as we've just been talking about this, What if we've got that cash in to replace a stormwater pipe down the road and somebody's house floods because you can replace it? You've got to think of it in those terms, what we got that cash reserved for. Or we raise it back next year, possibly.
So the alternative, if we were to do that, and wait it next year, because I don't believe the issue would be around households contributing, you know, an amount each year in their rates for facilities like this. And are you actually, that reminds me, so are you saying as well that at the moment, the only thing that's still, that $78,000 is sitting around is actually to do with rebounding of the surfacing? Is that all that's left to do on it?
I need to get clarification, but if I understand, the fund still needs to cover off the redone surface.
Okay.
And that, I think it was around 100 or 200 Ks worth of work. So which hasn't happened yet.
So is that separate to the 78K there?
No, that's to help fund that remaining.
Right. Okay. So, yeah.
I just suggested to Simon that we discuss number 4 at the same time as the issue of ownership of the sports hub, because are related issues to some degree, different government related, and probably worthwhile going back now, having had the discussion we just had, and thinking about the ramifications of these two options.
Yeah, so obviously through the building of the sports hub, on the outset, council supported it financially. I suppose following commitment from council, the high school approached council in terms of taking over the ownership. And there was a resolution that was passed some time ago. The resolution unfortunately failed to ensure that we did full public consultation, because we see this as a strategic asset for council, considering the costs, etc. going forward. So this is part of that process to consultate now. So the ongoing commitment from council is obviously to cover off the insurance costs and get into a memorandum of understanding in terms of the future governance around ongoing liability of the sports hub. So which we have a very clear way forward with both the school and the advisory group. They're all comfortable with that. The future direction around governance is covered. It's just around council taking on that commitment of the asset itself.
Through the chair, I you know, and I agree with Ange too. I am well aware that there are a lot of other councils around New Zealand that do support the sports facilities.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, through the chair. Obviously, so number 4, and what we've been told about the Hokitika community rate, if we want to pay the insurance, we're going to have to fund that out of cash reserves, is that right? Because there's no cash. And I totally understand it's a bit of a frustration, obviously, on all parties that there's an $80,000 deficit, probably a bit far down the track to not carry it on, to not grant this money. The question obviously is, how do we fund it? And is this burden going to be only taken on by the Hokitika community, or is this burden going to be taken on district-wide? And that's something I'm not quite sure about.
Yeah. So under our policies, revenue and financing policy, long-term plan on our rating system, community halls and buildings, and that's what this will become, are rated under community rates.
So in essence, it's Hokitika community.
So this $91,000 is going to be, what's the effect of that on Hokitika community? It's going to be quite a lot, isn't it? $18.36.
Those are just rough estimates.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, sorry, I don't really have an answer there. Just a couple of questions.
I'm not comfortable with granting the nearly 80,000 because I think if we had 80,000 to put towards a sporting facility, I'd like to see it being opened up to the multiple sports, some of which we don't support at all, and working out there. Maybe it would all go to this one particular one or whatever, but we haven't looked at the broad spectrum of them. So we've got skate parks that we've talked about, we've got yacht club down the road, we've got league, we've got soccer. A lot of these sports aren't being aided at all by the Sports Hub. So just to put 80,000 straight in to this one because they need it, I don't think is justified. Also, if they can cover the costs apart from the rebound surface, it's not like the whole thing's going to go kapow if they don't get the 80,000 now. The insurance, and I think if we look at ownership, when we look at ownership of it, we need to be quite clear as to who is covering that, should we choose not to. Now, soccer groups can use it. I do apologise. Here we go. Can horses? With the insurance, I am comfortable with that, and I think that was brought out in the submissions that most people were in support of that. Yeah.
Thank you, Jane.
This is one of those projects that it's not unlike the Ross repairs. It's, of course, we'll end up taking ownership. When the community's invested $3 million and we represent the community, 1,000 people use it. Every business, probably every business in town is supporting this project. And I don't believe there's too much controversy in backing them up and supporting them. And my view is that of course, we should take ownership and we should provide the funding to allow them to get on with the job they've done so well today. And it's a time when will have a small impact on us, but this is a major project for our town and for our young people, and I just fully support it. I'll certainly be voting in favour of both.
Do you want to test the meeting by?
Absolutely.
So, two motions. That the council takes ownership and funds the insurance through the community rate.
You want to do it? We'll do that first. So that's
within that, can we clarify what happens about the 78,000? Yeah, I'm aware of that, but depending on what happens there, may affect which way we vote on that first one.
I don't see the connection, Jane.
Because if we're taking ownership, are we also taking ownership of that 78,000 cost?
So the piece about architecture we're taking over is the structure, not the full project. So that the rebound surface is not part of the structure.
So we wouldn't be suddenly liable. Thank you.
So everything that's been built today around the structure, including the emergency lighting and all that, part of that.
So we have a second to the motion. Councillor Kogan. So we're talking here, the motion is the council takes ownership of the sports hub. All those in favour?
Aye.
And I think the second motion is that council
Game of Thrones.
that council provides a grant of $78,616.56 to meet the unforeseen costs of the project. So we have to have would we be prepared to do that?
Yes, I
we have a second for that motion?
The only question we have around that, sorry, is what we were just talking about earlier, of where those funds would come from, because cash reserves at the moment doesn't necessarily have it, but
That was my question.
Leslie did mention about whether
How we're gonna
that
pay for
could be added on to the rates.
Yeah, we'd have to rate for it, wouldn't we? That was my question. I fully support it.
Yeah.
It's where the money comes from is the issue, isn't it? So we have to rate it, do we not? Yeah,
Yeah,
because we've even got reserves.
yeah, because if it's resurfacing anyhow, they're not talking about doing that for some time as well. Would I be correct on that?
So if we incorporate that into the motion,
Yeah, and so what the council, particularly Mayor Carruthers has said, plus look to rate it as part of the long-term plan in year one of the long-term plan.
so you're clear on that, John, what we've,
Yeah.
can you read that back just so we're clear?
Okay, the council approved the grant of 78,616.56 plus GST to meet the unforeseen costs of the project, and plus council looked to rate as part of year one of the long-term plan.
Maybe add that be funded by rates, leave it plus.
Okay.
Okay, so did someone second that? Oh, did someone second it? Because we should move it, I will second it. All those in favour, say aye. Put your hands. Those against? Got that recorded?
Through the chair, can make sure the minutes reflect that I abstained from voting and
Councillor Davidson's also abstain. So thanks, Guy.
Sorry, what did you say?
Abstention.
All right, let's move on to 7, the funding of the West Coast Wilderness Trail and for Jackie Grant. Good. Made a submission, we've spoken to submission by way of Zoom.
Can I just make some points to the chair? Every year they come back to us and ask for $15,000. They do the same for Greymouth. We've paid generally year on year. What I would propose is that the trust is doing some fantastic work supporting the region. They undertake quite a significant part of promoting the trail. The income that comes into the region from the Wilderness Trail is covered quite easily. The outgoings, obviously it doesn't come back to council coffers, it goes into the community. We are hamstrung by the lack of being able to charge for the use of the trail, and that's the biggest onus contention that we do have. We have been successful in getting $45,000 for the next 3 years for funding for the trail manager role. So that's only just been approved in the last month. That goes a long way to making the trust sustainable for the ongoing future. Having both Greymouth and Westland District Council funding another $30,000 between us makes them sustainable and makes them not have to worry about funding for the ongoing future. But personally, I support this. Obviously, it is over and above what we have in the annual plan at the moment, but the last thing we need to do is to continually ask for funding to keep them viable. So,
Thank you. Any councillors have any?
I just had a question. Oh, sorry.
That's right,
Yep, and then we'll go to Jen. I've got a couple of things on it. I'm just curious to hear, I'd love to hear from Councillor Davidson regarding, the new subcommittee and your view on it. But for me, so this is funded from the tourism promotions rate, is it?
It's not funded at all at this stage.
Oh, no, not proposed in this year's annual plan. So previously, is it rated as part of the tourism rate?
The Wilderness Trail is covered by the tourism. That's maintenance at this stage of the trail primarily.
So, but we've provided similar grants in the past, and have they been Sorry, that's not a loaded question. I'm not asking a question that I already know the answer to. I'm trying to.
Don't remember us having rating for this.
So the maintenance is rated
Yes.
as per the tourism rate.
Correct.
So logically, the marketing and promotion of the trail would also be rated from there. Okay. So this $15,000 would be rated. Okay, and sorry, Jen, you were next. Thank you.
Can I just clarify, it wouldn't be rated if you give it in this annual plan because you've gone for a 0 rate. It wouldn't be rated in the coming year. Because that's, we're not making it, but if that's the way you decide to adopt, there's no changes to those rates. But this would not be included in the rating. It's never been rated before.
Did you have a question?
Yes, through the chair, I do have a question. So the Wilderness Trail, sorry?
Correct, that's right.
It's a council asset?
Correct.
Yes. Okay, I probably have bigger questions around council assets and with the money through rating and how that would work for moving
Probably
forward.
not time for that discussion.
No, okay.
Okay, thank you, councillor Davis.
Yeah, the, from that meeting, our first meeting, the presentations were really good from David Inwood and Jackie Gurdon and also Department of Conservation. So the Trust plus volunteers have been doing a fantastic job on the trail, and there's a huge amount of money that's been put into it. So the 15K from the Western District going towards this asset is quite small compared to what's going into it. So I would strongly encourage that we support the
Right. If I may, so it's this $15,000, but that is additional to the $75,000 in the draft annual plan that goes to the West Coast Wilderness Trail.
That's for maintenance of the trail.
Yeah, but as a whole, so it would be 90,000 total, funded from the tourism promotion rate.
Someone in line to move a motion?
Through the chair.
I'm sorry.
I have a different view to it. I think that I would soon see that $15,000 go to Region Theatre, for instance, because that's next.
Excuse me.
The community centre have taken a razor blade to their budget. They've slashed their budget, and it's all a voluntary effort. The Wilderness Trust, I haven't seen that they have done the same. They have, as Councillor Davidson said, have had an awful lot of money been poured into that trail, unlike the Region Theatre. And I don't see either. I mean, there was a few months ago that we talked about that they could have at Nine Ranger, for instance, to get more contributions from those using the trail. And I saw in a report, might have been amongst this, that they looked at that and thought it wasn't feasible. And then I also read that they're doing exactly that at Jackson Bay for boat user charges. Or they're going to project. Yes. So if I work at Jackson Bay, certainly work on the Wilderness Trail. I just don't see that they made the effort. And I don't support it. I think money could be better.
Just through the chair, I just think that the government, we've had big government funding for this project, and if we're not seen to be supporting them just in a small amount, sometimes that funding could stop.
What's the position of Fraser Council?
So they made the same submission towards them.
What have they say?
Well, I can't control what they're saying. But we have made it very clear through the subcommittee that it should be part of the discussion through the long-term plan and getting commitment going forward to support the trust, because it does play a major part. It's the marketing arm of the trail. We don't have an in-house resource to do that. They also run around and find all the sponsorship and all the support and volunteers to do a lot of the work. They make a lot of applications for further funding, which they've been very successful at. So they play an important part of promoting the trail and obviously maintaining the integrity of the trail. One of the big pieces of work is that every year a warrant fitness is required by government, because they fund it, so they're required to have us scrutinise how well it's performing. It is rated in the top 2 in New Zealand in terms of its performance at 4.2 out of 5. So the warrant of fitness is at a very, very high level. We built it to a very high level. So it's an asset that we can be proud of. It's rated number 1 in New Zealand for the New Zealand tour that was just run through here a couple of months ago. So it has a great reputation. I think we should, my personal view is it needs to be reflected in council support.
Through the chair as well, can I just mention that through one of the submissions, and I'm not 100% sure whether it was actually on this one in particular, but it resonates, quoted, is it fundamental to the economic recovery of our area? And I would definitely suggest that the Wilderness Trail ticks a huge box under that umbrella.
Looking at the bigger picture, we have, I think, around $3.5 million worth of applications into the Crown at the present time to enhance or develop further our cycleway. Virtually every cent that's been spent on repairs, maintenance, and even down to the management that's been funded by government. And we've only got to look outside. There's people in town today, and the impact has been huge. So I don't think, for me, I'll be voting in favour of 15,000, and that's because I want to send the right signal to Wellington, who are at present considering $3.5 million worth of applications.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
Through the chair, just a question for you, Simon. If you know, Development West Coast, do they make an annual grant to the West Coast Wilderness Trail or nothing?
To the trust itself?
No. To the trust itself?
No, they don't.
Do they? Do the trust apply to Development West Coast at all?
There has been conversations I've had with them in terms of making applications, because, like you say, it's part of our rebuild of the economy. That's part of the process for the trust to do, and I'll make that recommendation if we don't make it some application.
Yeah, cool. I just like the commenters that would really fit into their space, I think.
I agree.
Development West Coast, but
I agree entirely.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. I think we had a significant discussion about this. So
I'm here to move the motion that council grants $15,000 plus GST towards the running of the West Coast Wilderness Trail Trust.
seconded by Councillor Davidson. Thank you. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. Move on to number 8. Payments to the Heritage Walkway in Racecourse, the Racecourse and the field road, the damage to the motor.
So this is the walk that goes up behind the racecourse and up to the top. So we've already been in conversation with, I suppose, relevant stakeholders, particularly Heritage Katika, in terms of improving the access way. It has been damaged quite considerably, both with cyclists and the odd motorbike and weather events. So there is some requirements to repair this. I don't think this actually needs to be, I think we just need to commit to do this under our repairs and maintenance budget. We've already reviewed what's required. So I would suggest that we consider it as part of the annual maintenance program and agree to move forward.
So it's no great cost.
We're scoping dollars up. It needs some track alignment, but it's not going to be a major cost. Louis, do you have any comments?
Yeah, we're just looking to the costing at the moment, but it's going to be probably around $5,000.
About 5,000?
Yeah.
Right.
So should we, through the chair, should we be putting that as a contingency? 5,000?
What does that
I'd
mean?
say it was part of the maintenance program.
Yeah.
It's already there. Part of the maintenance program.
Well, I mean, it gets done, but it means something else doesn't get done. If you actually, the maintenance budget's X and we spend X, we prioritise the maintenance budget and we say this is a high priority, which means something else will drop off. So I'm saying, do we need to do this as well as everything else we were proposing, or are you suggesting we reprioritise the list and do this instead of something?
Not itemised down to the last cent, so there is a room for manoeuvre.
Now, this was a loaded question.
So I would suggest that the maintenance budget is adequate to cover the cost, but we do commit to doing this.
That's great, thank you.
So you need a motion that council
commit to
maintenance on. Something move the council commits to maintaining, providing maintenance to the heritage walkway between the racecourse and Brickfield Roads on the PNC.
I'll move that.
Councillor Davidson.
I'll second
it. Councillor Martin. All those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Motion carried. Voss landfill.
So we have, councillors, an application in to PGF to this work. This has been reprioritised last week as one of our, it's number one in terms of our work. So highlighted as this is our most preferred project to compete under the PGF. So the concept we'll put forward is to transfer all the rubbish that's sitting in the Fox River landfill to Butlers. It's been supported by the latest Golders report, which was only just finalised last week, which is going to the Ministry of Environment for consideration. That cost, I think, was what was the final number? Do you remember the value of that application? It's just under 3.3 million. So that is actually in consideration with government at the moment.
So what's the point of us now?
So once again, this hasn't got an, no, it hasn't.
So
we don't have it in the annual plan in terms of the cost for council. It would have to be considered in another, if we don't get the money from government, I would suggest we revisit as part of the long-term plan.
So just ask through the chair, if the rubbish is excavated and transferred to Butlers, what does that do for life of Butlers?
So included in that application is a new cell to do the brand new one. Basically what happens to Butlers, it reduces it from currently 5 years to 1.5 years of life. Yeah, so our application is to include another cell up front.
So Simon, we'd open to passing motions or something.
Just through the chair, I just wonder if the motion or the decision is that we just identify a way of working, which is, by the sounds of it, the council's preferred option is to excavate the site and remove it and maybe leave it there. That way we're saying throughout the year we're going to explore that. And if it eventuates by way of external grant, then fantastic. If it doesn't, then it needs to be further explored as part of the LTP.
Bear in mind, council's already invested $500,000 in rock protection just to maintain it in its current situation. So it has already heavily invested. The best option is to relocate it. We know that, and there are some other landfills also that need to be revisited over time. At $3.3 million, it is a considerable cost to council to do on its own. With basically zero return on it. It's already been done once. We would also lobbying to reduce ETS charges or emissions charges as part of this process. So there would have to be an application to government as well.
There's a great commentary there that can form part of the annual plan, I would have thought, and that's the action. Is that it's funded by external funds, lobbying around the charges, and that's council's preferred option. Then it's documented somewhere, I guess.
So through the Ministry of Environment, we'll be working with them in regards to the waste minimisation fund. So we're going to look at how this material could be recycled, and that was part of the requirements for the Golders report, was to look at and do test bits to see what's there, determine if there's actually a potential to recycle that material. That way it would be partially funded through government to be able to us to recycle that material, and any remaining material be relocated. So it is in flux right now in discussion in Wellington in terms of the PGF application. But like I said, we've put it as our priority for the region. It's as much as we can do right now.
So just move on now, do we?
I think we must make sure that we include it in conversations as part of the long-term plans.
Number 10.
I'm not across this one.
Well,
Through the chair, if the council was to support like a language week, more kindly, but towards that. So.
through the chair, I don't think we have the financial capacity to support this at this time.
So we're going to move a motion that the council does not support a grant of $5,000 to assist with the New Zealand Chinese language week.
Happy to.
Have that done?
Yes, I have.
Someone else would like to second that. Councillor Hart, thank you. All those in favour? Sorry, those against? Thank you. Reduce cost of council, number 11.
So we are about to enter into this next stage of the long-term plan is around what are we going to be doing for the next 10 years. Definitely that'll come as a part of a review of all our project work as well and recalibrating what the long-term plan will be delivering in the next 10 years particularly. So that work will happen as part of workshops with the council, so they can commit that every project will be reviewed in its entirety. Second point there regarding playgrounds, we have already audited all the playgrounds in Westland and most of them are non-compliant. We have done some remedial work, but some of them are closed because of health and safety concerns. A lot of them are very old, obviously, and built a long time ago. So we have some funds in this year's capital plan to resolve those shortcomings. And there's been suggestions to do it, and there's been some comments to not proceed with the work. Really comes down to which communities would like to retain their playgrounds in the short term, or which ones can defer it to a later date. So we can work individually with those communities.
Well, there were, through the chair, sorry, there were submissions that came in from Wataroa around, and you know, funds available to be able to.
So the funds are in
Further down.
Yeah, I think that's two different
Oh, sorry.
We're jumping up.
So the funds are actually there to resolve the issue. Some of the challenges are coming back saying, not the high priority.
So I don't think we'll find out much.
So obviously this is just noted.
Yep. Number 12. Don't waste money on the waterfront.
That project is well advanced, as everyone can see, and will be, it's already, the latest round of procurement has been approved by council several months ago, which is underway at the moment. I'll challenge council to stop it right now if you feel it suits, feel fit. The only remaining things to go up once the Kirby Chairman's concluded is installing the toilets and doing some line lining for parking.
We can just move on, Kenny, from that. Let's just move on. 13, do we need to discuss 13?
Moving on.
No, moving on.
Move on?
Yeah.
Let's move on to 14. We'll read Bruce and lots of Steve Clark and others who came along and supported this application.
So, I think much more to add in terms of the, I've worked alongside Bruce Watson, Leslie and myself have reviewed their budget. It is fair to say it's under stress, and they have, like Paul's alluded to, cut where they can. It really comes down to the business model and how it's working in terms of making it financially sustainable going forward. I would happily work alongside the Regent Theatre Management Group to see your way forward. I suggest that potentially some of the councillors would like to work in that space as well and review this ongoing. Open it for comments.
Through the chair, if the council were to fund it to $57,000, how would we fund that?
So 30 of it is a standard amount that we've been giving them every year, so that's already rated. So it's the extra amount that the 27,500 that they say is for their insurance, which would not be, we haven't got funding for. So again, it's the same as earlier. You can use cash reserves, but that is there for a particular reason, or look to rate it back next year. But if there's something the extra amount next year, you're talking another nearly 60k to be rated. I find that I'm confused about the cost of their insurance. I don't know whether there's different options for them to look at that, but that seems very high to me.
So we did talk to them about their insurance package. There is an option that just have needed insurance, we drop it right down for a year. It's something they're considering as part of care management.
Through the chair, I would like to suggest that Simon has further conversations with the Regent Theatre around, because this is something that's coming up annually. Maybe there needs to be discussions as well around, because there is a tremendous amount of support out there in the community for the Regent Theatre. It is one of those ones where there's been a hang of a lot of, there is a vigorous amount of volunteer time that goes into running that place down there. There's been a tremendous amount of volunteer time by businesses over the years to get it to the point where it is now. Technically, if you want to look at it, I would personally see that as the likes of our town hall for Hokitika. Has council taken into consideration about whether it could be a council asset in the long term? I mean, and I don't know that, I don't know how that would, that side of it would work, but to me, it's one of the structures, a little bit like we're talking about with the sports hub and stuff, that I just think would be significant for.
So we have had conversations around different models. I think coming up with a model with where both parties see a win-win is where we need to land. And then we have talked about potentially council becoming the owner of the asset. They're not adverse to that. They're willing to work with council in terms of the way forward, as long as the life of the asset is maintained. It's a critical thing.
I don't think the model so make a difference. The problem of theatre is it can't generate enough income to wash its own face. And that's the problem. So it doesn't matter whether we own it or the society can own it. It's the same problem. And so they have to come back to us every year, because they say the funding we're given them 30,000 is simply not enough, and it isn't really.
No.
And so that's been a frustration for them for some time that they need to do that. But the reality is that it can't and will never generate enough income. If we retain the model we have at the present time, we have the benefit of someone like Bruce putting in more than 40 hours a week at his own time and others, keeping it running becomes our asset. Why would they not continue doing that? So it's important, I think, that element of volunteerism is retained for the theatre. That's what keeps it going. And they are at minimal cost to this council, providing us with one of our most significant amenities. So I think that, you know, we are obliged to support them. They are doing everything they can to cut their costs and to run it as profitably as they possibly can. But in the present environment, and even prior to the COVID situation, it was touched upon. And I think that as council, we simply have to support them.
Through the chair, I just, I agree with that, Deputy Mayor. The only thing I'd like to see is just the brief business plan, and I support their 57K that they're after, but I'd like to see the business plan.
Thank you.
Through the chair as well, as supporting the business plan, I still think, because this structure is a little bit similar, once again, I refer back to the sports hub where, you know, it will become a council asset, but we still are fully reliant on, there's going to still be a lot of volunteer time going into the running of that sports facility up there, and that would be the same proviso with the Regent Theatre over time. It will still be, you know, and I think that needs to be part of that discussion around if council were to take it over.
Well, that's not part of this particular application.
No.
Through the chair, thank you very much, David. This is really interesting, and I raised that question during the submission process to Bruce, which Peter Cuff answered around alternative models, because I was thinking in that space around what are the alternative ways that this could potentially be structured, and I'm hearing the discussion at the moment. But one that was kind of trying to find the answer to what breaks the dependency for needing to come each year. And that's one extreme, is that we change the model and how it's funded. But the other would be to provide assurances around ongoing future streams of funding. So somewhere in the middle, I think, is the answer. And I was probably leaning more towards work really hard over the next 12 months ahead of the long-term plan to find a truly sustainable model for the theatre as a de facto town hall as well, and the commercial operations, and have those discussions, because we had that resolution last year that I think had a couple of additional things around business plans and working with staff, and whether it was our job to follow up or theirs, somehow that fell through until about sort of the last couple of months.
Just a comment on that. So I suppose the opportunity was around more event promotion.
Yeah.
We had obviously Destination Western taking the lead in events, and we ended up, there were conversations that had happened with Regent Theatre during that time. Obviously the changes in roles and leadership in that area, things waned away, so there wasn't lockdown in terms of approach going. Definitely recalibrate under the current environment.
So I wonder, as a proposed way forward, is if we look towards the funding separate to the structure and the model, and the model and structure and business plan and everything that sits around that needs to really be developed ahead of the long-term plan. But I'm picking for that to actually happen as an effective body of work that they're going to need that additional funding this year in order to keep them afloat and tracking. But that's going to mean a work stream for someone. Someone at council is going to have to pick that up, whether it's elected members or staff, and actually sit down and do quite a bit of work. If we're talking about things like local purpose reserves, and there's a bit of work there. So do we want to do that work, or do we want to just say, let's keep the grant and lock it in? Not every year come along and have to submit and go through the process. We have it every year. Every year I've been on this council, we have the same discussion, and it goes round and round, and we always end up with the answer, which is we have to do it. And we might, between us disagree on the process to get to that answer, but we ultimately always fall on, yep, we have to support the theatre. And this year we probably need to support it to 57,500 K and rate for it. And to not do that is an artificial, you know, we can't borrow from our cash reserves. I mean, that's crazy stuff. It's a true cost. We should probably rate for it. Yeah. So pull back what I've said to summarise. I think we have to go to 57,500 K, and I think we need an additional resolution around a work stream going forward that sees that group, whatever that group is, councillors, council staff, Western Community Centre Incorporated group working together, what's the way forward in terms of the model and the business model around that as well.
I would suggest delegating this to the community development.
Thank you, Simon. That's like, yeah.
I'm sitting here going, hang on.
Hang on.
Yes,
Yes, I can see I can see if you can read the terms of reference of that group, it would sit under that group. But I think you'd need the commitment from this table to actually engage in that discussion, because it's going to be it's an intense discussion to have, and it's going to require significant community consultation if we're talking about strategic asset acquisitions and things.
I'm just worried though, Leighton, if we're not careful and it ends up back on our plate, the whole thing. And we've got an obligation to maintain it as a community asset that it's going to cost us heaps more. And so I'm just wondering whether we don't just keep it going as it is. The model, I don't think the model is the issue here. Doesn't matter what model we have, it's what it can generate itself. And I think they are getting as much out of it as they even get it. Who owns it? It is a bit academic. It's a community asset. And so I don't think we want to make it any harder for us and them than we need to. Because I think we whip this cat too much a little bit. Why don't we give them the money they want? They're doing a fantastic job, better than we could ever do, I think, and let them do it. And when we need to, we can revisit some of those issues, because I just don't think at this stage we need to. And I think we want to convey to them that we are supporting them and not providing unnecessary fetters on them. And if you understand what I'm saying.
I do, and that's why I kind of was saying about the spectrum. And one end of the spectrum is to lock in the grant, lock it in for 10 years with inflation. That's one end of the spectrum. And the other would be that council completely run it. And I was trying to find where on the spectrum or continuum do we sit.
I had that kind of discussion with Bruce a while ago. His comment was, I think, he made the comment that if we didn't give the grant the increased amount, that they as an organisation would be so discouraged by that, that this council was not supporting them really to the required level, that it would have a significantly detrimental and undermining effect on the go forward. So therefore, I think we should be giving them a commitment over the long term to avoid this business every year, which is a trial for us, a trial for them, because we're going to be. I can't see us paying any less than we're paying.
Through the chair, I totally agree with what you're saying. I just think it needs to be itemised.
So through the chair, can we make, in terms of a grant, can you actually decide for it to be outside of this year's annual plan and extend into the future in the process we're currently in? Or is that something we have to pick up through the LTP?
It'll be revisit the LTP as a standard course anyway, but we revisit all costs through the LTP. But I think if it's in the LTP as a part of ongoing commitment of council, and if it's cemented in the long-term plan, to remove it becomes a consultation process as well. You know what I mean? Rather than then coming back and putting it, asking for it to be added in.
I think Bruce made the comment about potential for it to be a council-owned reserve with a governance model. Peter Cuff said, you got the cheapest model you're ever going to get, don't change it. And it is a dilemma, but it is our town hall. And I've spent a lot of time in the town hall. It's very, we're lucky to have it. We should, I think I'm uncomfortable with them coming back every year saying, I need more money. Because that, you end up like Tourism West Coast, where Tourism West Coast used to spend a third of each year working out how to convince the governments to give them a bit more money so they can keep going. Totally unproductive. I don't think the time's right for any transfer of ownership at the present time. Maybe 5, 10 years in the future. Don't think it's right now. So I intend supporting giving them the extra money without too many conditions other than we definitely want a business plan. We want to know what they're doing, and it's got to be timely. It's got to be timely. It can't be 2 months before the next annual plan round.
Just through the chair, just one other comment. I don't know if you've looked at the age of that volunteer group, but it is quite a worry. Yeah, I was just going to make that comment. So we do have to think about the future model, and I would suggest that conversation starts during the long-term plan discussion, because volunteers, it is the cheapest model we have at the moment, but whether those volunteers are going to be here forever is unlikely.
Before through Mr. Chair, would any of those volunteers be as old as, say, Councillor Davidson? Or would they be less than that?
I don't mind that comment, but it's the laughing that sort of hurts me.
We're all here laughing. This is the young side of the table, Councillor Davis.
I've been noted.
And not so much the councillors and the mayors, but the council staff on the other side, smiling away, grinning from ear to ear.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is there the ability to move that the council provide a grant of $57,500 plus GST, the 2020-21 annual plan, and commit to the grant being, the LTP being structured or built with the grant in place with this isn't the correct wording, but with an inflation adjustment each year. So that we commit the grant, and then we've also committing the staff to undertake as they prepare the LTP, that it's locked in for the 10-year life of the LTP at an ever-increasing amount. So then capturing Bruce's comment, his worship's comment also around the business plan and the work that needs to happen there. And I think the Community Development Committee could drive that, pick that up pretty quick, actually.
So let's craft a resolution. Right.
Help them pay for it.
Council provide a grant of $57,500 plus GST in the 2020-21 annual plan, and commit to the grant being included in the council's long-term plan, with the theatre to provide a business plan.
And the CPI.
CPI adjustment.
Yeah, and the ongoing,
And maybe the functional relationship or the direct relationship with the Theatre Western Community Centre sits with the Community Development Committee. So then every year we actually say, come along, have the chat, what's working, what's not working, how's the business plan going? Would that, you be comfortable with that, Your Worship, in terms of the group?
That sounds logical.
It has that explicitly. Just 6 months reporting to the CDC.
Put that in, yeah.
And including the CPI adjustment, and the direct relationship with Western Community Centre sits with the Community Development Committee.
With a request for 6 monthly reporting.
Okay, so we clear on, so that's the motion by Councillor Martin. Do we have a second for that?
Yep.
Councillor Neal, all those in favour?
Yep.
Aye.
You've done a good thing. Thank you. 15.
I have a conflict of interest as the chair of Destination Western. So, go and get a cup of tea.
Nathan, if you take your duty cups out of it.
Old heads, eh?
Would anyone else like one?
Yeah.
So, through the chair, Melanie obviously gave you a good outline in terms of the failure to process. It was unfortunate that it happened. So just to reflect, council staff have done a full review, and we have been obviously trying to clear up errors in our rating database, which we've done a lot of work on, and I believe it's in better shape than it's ever been. So we did identify that these were under the funds we were getting back from Destination Westland were not correct. We advised them back in February, and obviously they took their own advice and confirmed that we were correct. They, to avoid any loss of income, they went out and obviously increased rate without going through a consultation process. So to reflect back on where we are right now, the submission from Destination Westland is a 10% increase on batch rates on road reserve, and I'll make it up for questions.
If I may, through the chair, I suppose my biggest concern was that it wasn't put out to consultation, and the only reason we had a submission against this rise is because they sent out a letter saying it was going up to 2,500. Had there been proper process and we all in here voted for it, I would have been fine with that. But as that's happened, it hasn't happened, I'm not fine with it. In terms of, well, and I'm unsure about the agreement between the property company and the council, because my research on the rating database is when the property company took over management of it, the rates weren't put into the grid from there. So Alan Chance rates, when the council was running it, was $600 or whatever a year. They were put into the rating information database. The following years after that, $0 were entered into the rates, all the way up until this year.
So Lindsay can provide some clarification.
Yeah, so it was incorrect that they weren't rated. They should have been rating. But I think way back when, 10 years ago, something like that, or some time ago, incorrectly council resolved to not charge rates, even though it's not their responsibility to do that. It's enacted in law, and just to get a 25% contribution from the licence to occupy. As we keep saying, we've been given that remit to make sure our rating information database is correct. That's what we're doing. We've determined that these are not rated correctly, so we have put that rate back into place.
Right.
And this is just simply, and it's in their licence agreements, that council charges rates, or the rates are passed on.
Okay, so the thing too is this is a product which we're selling, right? These people are buying this product of having a batch on unformed level road. They contribute, well, so the 66 licence holders, which is I've done my maths on, contribute 132,000. There's 86, yeah. Well, I did that, but obviously it was 66.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, they contribute a lot of cash to the council and the property company for sending out 86 letters a year. That's all they do. So what happens when we get this increase to 2,000, this massive increase, what happens? Has anyone looked at what happens when these people decide, you know what, we'll pass it in. We'll stop doing it, which some people may do, whether it be on principle or affordability issues ongoing. An increase could actually decrease the revenue generated from the batches.
Well, it's not a massive increase. If it was the year-on-year increase, it has increased for 10 years. These people have had one lotto for the last 10 years. And so it's not a 10% as against last year, it's 10% 10 years ago. So this is, when you look at that point of view, the increase should be way more than this to reflect the increase in inflation over that last year period.
But that's kind of suggesting that like I'm suggesting, perhaps it was overpriced 10 years ago anyway.
The increase is about £7 a white bait, isn't it? So the increase is about £7 a white bait, isn't it?
Is that?
White bait batches, which is what they're saying, that's where their income is.
Yeah, I mean, I have to support, in context, what Ryan is saying there to a degree. You know, we're talking about size of sections, 10 by 10. You know, these are not significantly sized sections. You know, even at, you know, what potentially what you're paying at the moment, that $2,050, I understand now actually that that's not all rates, and there's other things that come into that. To be honest, I'd quite like to have a breakdown of what those other things are that they're actually paying for, but I do not support any increase in what they're paying down there. I think that, you know, for what, the amount of time they use it and what it's for, the purpose that it's for.
Yeah, just so that you're aware, that means that that rating will fall back on council. We'll have to remit that rate, and that will fall back on council cash flow.
For doing what though? Like what are our
It's a rate, so it's rated just as every other rate. All land is rateable.
Yeah,
unless the Act says otherwise.
So Jenny, so if we stay status quo, the balance between what we get as contribution and the difference of the rate have to be part of the remission process. So we don't receive that in rates.
And then next year we'll have to, what will happen with that remission, it'll be everybody else, all the other ratepayers will have to pay, they'll have to pay for that with their rates.
I mean, obviously, formally naive, but I don't see why they should be paying rates anyway. I mean, they get absolutely diddly squat for it. I mean, a lot of country ratepayers say, I don't have a footpath, I don't have a light, I don't get rubbish, etc. Oh, but you have use of the library, you have use of the cemetery, etc. But the benches have absolutely nothing. And yet they've been fully rated. Why couldn't there be a special rate? I know I'm being naive, but why couldn't there be a special rate that just takes into account that there are some, and they have to pay something, but I really don't think that they ought to be fully rated for a tiny little bench. It's part of the Kiwi culture, and I don't believe it's right.
Because they've got assets that they're selling at great profit. And so they're getting a right to occupy, which has a and to say it's, they should pay nothing for it.
They're not paying nothing. Absolutely not.
Paying the license to occupy, absolutely. And what I'm suggesting is that perhaps they could pay like a portion of a special rate, recognising the fact that they pay something, they contribute something, but then for that, they're getting it.
That's pretty well what they're doing now, paying a special rate.
Yeah, so if you do that, then we have to do the same with DOC, because once they give out a concession, their land becomes rateable. So what you're saying is we have to treat the batch owners differently to DOC and other areas that we would treat the same way.
Sorry, the chair's probably more directed at Leslie, but why do we do it this way through our Wesley properties and not just direct rate these individual batches?
Because they're managing those properties, they're property managed,
it's part of their management fee, but are they?
But what are they managing?
Well,
what are they managing?
I can't answer that one, that's something that...
No, why can't we just direct rate them?
We have to manage
10 by 10,
the
what are you
administration
managing?
on it, so that's part of it, I would say.
There's a fixed number of batches, obviously. Basically, they're managing those plots.
But we don't know of, because I haven't got my notes, of whatever it was 2.5 1,100 of it was rates, what is the difference for the management fee? But for what? What do they actually provide? Like you go down to some beaches in the road, you know.
They do compliance.
They do compliance?
Yeah.
But that would fall on the owner of the beach, wouldn't it, in terms of compliance, no?
So Westland District Properties do, or have done in the past, I assume they still do, a level of compliance because there are requirements in the licence to occupy around the size of buildings and what activities they can undertake in the area and how to
building, yeah.
So they do, there is an annual compliance check to ensure that.
Through the chair.
That would put more work back onto us if we took that back on.
Through the chair, could you give us an example what they do in the Grey District with the patches up there along the Coast Road?
No, I don't
I
know.
believe that it's the same, or I don't know if it's a fixed fee, because I believe that fees and charges says on application.
Any idea how much they are?
No.
Ryan, so is there two real issues here? Excuse my ignorance.
Yeah.
One is the fact that they weren't notified. Is that the biggest one?
Well, that's, for me, it's the principle of the thing, that's very much true, and Brenda Monk's submission, so we do this $250 next year, didn't have to notify them. Next year it's going to be another $250, or we didn't do properly submit the previous year, let's go. And in 10 years the fees will be $3,500, who knows? It's that's the first issue for me.
So could we run that process, or could we not run that?
There is with them concern around currently what we're paying as well.
Yeah.
So the fees and charges can only be set once a year as part of the annual plan process. So we would have to wait till the long-term plan
to do that.
Okay.
And then there's the number, obviously, that's the other issue, how much they are paying.
Yeah.
So do these characters, I don't know them, are they here or do they come from?
Some are local, some are from outside.
Some from outside the district, come here, white bait and go away. Right, so there's some issues I've got with that.
Yeah, but they're not, hang on, they're not all white painters.
Right.
You know, like this is the other thing down there, some of the people that have submitted, you know, they do not use it for white painting purposes.
So that's an issue for me, is that some are legit guys that we should support somehow, but some come from somewhere else and are took a ticket as far as I'm concerned. They should pay, but I don't know how we do that.
Yeah.
But the ones that are here.
You can't differentiate.
Oh, well, you can.
Yeah, well, I suppose, and that's part of it too, Francois, is we don't, part of the consultation process, we could have all of that information and exactly what we know what's going on. Yeah.
Where I come from is, wasn't consulting. And the change made by council has impacted on destination without any, it's not their issue. We as councillors have gone out and said we're going to deliver a nil rate increase. And there is I managed the batches for a few years ago, and there's quite a lot of work, and it's not straightforward by any stretch, but to me, you shouldn't poke a dog with a stick. And because it's, we've gone out, we've said it's going to be no rates. Well, no, I'm saying this is a red herring. I believe it should be status quo and move on. I just don't see any, and do it properly next year.
But it's not actually a straight rate increase, is it? It's a lease increase to fully cover the rates that should have already been covered.
We went out and said there would be no rates increase. We said, and we made it clear that there would be changes in some rates due to the rating information database. And this is not a rate increase, it's a change because of the rating information database.
Could I ask for you, Mr. Chair, please leave it was not a rate increase. Why are Destination Western wanting to increase it? It's because there's been a rate increase. Before they were paying no rates, and now they're being rated. I just think it hasn't been handled well, and it needs to be thought through in line with. We've all gone out to not have a rate increase. What do we do?
Can I make a motion and test the floor? Would that be?
Motion from, yes.
That the licence to occupy fees stay at $2,050, which is a no increase. Put that motion out there.
Anyone wanting to second that motion? Okay. All those in favour? Okay, all those in favour, raise your hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? Motion's carried. International Walking Charter.
Should we get Councillor Martin back from the cup of tea, or?
Can we just clarify that resolution?
What's that?
The cost there. Council are rated correctly on so our Destination Western they've got to absorb that cost. We just need to clarify that.
I think Leslie, council will have to absorb that cost.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't follow the consultation.
Well, it's just like that we've got items on here which we're not in flat. Still increased rates, that's not clear. So that's exactly the same.
Yeah, it's taking it up. No, I get it. Yeah.
Well,
It's another.
Anyway,
I just think that there needs to be clarification.
No comment? Absolutely. Are we on a break?
Nice.
Number 16, International Walking Charter. Who is this on?
I don't have all the detail of this, but I understand that it's supporting walking within the townships or within the communities. I would suggest that council staff review this and make a recommendation to council. Personally, I see this as a positive and something we're looking to do as part of future planning anyway, in terms of the district planning, so it's becoming more interactive. So I'll review this and come back to council. Alcohol licensing and regulation. So that Tiara to comment on this.
I'm presuming that's one that's come through from the DHB as well, so that's where they're seeking for this council to get into local alcohol policy in conjunction with Grey and Buller. So it's not cost borne by council, it's something we can look into as to whether there's any value in it, and that's where we might want to set tougher requirements in terms of licensing and what we do around licensing hours. But at this stage, there have been no issues in terms of licensed premises in the Western District, so I would see this as a priority. I'm not saying close the door, I just bring back the discussion at some stage.
Okay, we move on. 18.
Climate change and natural hazards, as pointed out, this is noted, and I take that as part of district plan review as well.
I think it's very important, that issue, that whole issue. It's not just a question of making it and going, oh yeah, but remembering it with a lot of our decisions that we make.
I was definitely embedded in the one district plan review, so this is obviously one of the major topics that will be covered in the development of that one district plan.
Yeah.
Because it's not taken lightly at all. Residual disinfectant and non-chlorinated water supplies. This is a submission from the DHB. Obviously, The future water standards are yet to be defined from government, but I don't think they'll be far away once the water regulator is actually put in place. So we'll note and keep an eye on the outcomes of that. This may mandate at point of use. There is an indication of chlorine, which will dictate what supplies will be. At this stage, we're not mandating it. We basically review our own water supplies based on what's required for each supply. Just a point of note too, we have the three councils have joined together in a three waters review. We are having a workshop next week. We've been invited to that as well, looking at three waters in its entirety in terms of a gap in us currently in infrastructure and processes, and looking at what may come out of future regulations. So that's work. Point 20, solid waste. This highlights the both landfills at Franz Joseph and Haast, also at risk of inundation. This has been an ongoing review as part of, I suppose, ever since the Fox River issue. So we have already reviewed this as part of council in the past, and we'll continue to maintain and keep those on watch. We have done some reinforcing work in Haast already to mitigate any current issues. As alluded to earlier, water role playground funding. We have capital in our annual plan to address some of the shortcomings of water role playground. So we'll work through with the community on that future. Thank you. Bizarre Park. Council, well, the Lions Group has taken a massive lead in terms of creating a new future for the Bizarre Park, and I endorse everything they've done. Initially, Council provided 45,000 to prepare earthworks and drainage to improve the site. Since then, the Lions Foundation has put forward a project, and it's already started to execute that project. I've received additional funding from 3 Mile Reserve Fund to undergo that, and have just been announced some more funding from lotteries. So they're almost fully fledged. What they've identified is there's a shortfall of funding to do some fencing, and there was a couple of other items there, and some parking works, and some further funding.
Fencing 25k, parking 20k.
And there's also a shortfall of funding for the equipment as well. So requesting $60,000 from Reserve Development Fund. I just want to point back to the discussion we had earlier on regarding Hokitika and the amount that subscribed to the Hokitika. Any questions?
Through the chair, please note that I'm the treasurer of the Hokitika Lions Club.
Through the chair, I'm not sure if it actually affects me or not, being part of the full committee.
We've already supplied funding. I don't think you can discuss it in my mind.
Through the chair, so we've already earlier on item 6, the sports hub for this reserve development fund, which is going to be an $18 increase approximately. And then here we've got an approximately $16.31 increase. So if this motion were to carry, as the previous motion had, there would be a, do my maths, $34 increase for ratepayers in the Hokitika area. Is that right, Leslie?
Yeah.
Cool. I'd just like to point that out. And I wonder whether, because we've talked about the zero rate increase, whether we've actually kind of flown in the face of that already. But
Through the chair, right at the start of this planning process, we said it was a matter of necessities and nice to haves. This is a nice to have, not necessarily.
And through the chair as well, they also mentioned, which is, I don't think actually happened here, that they also wanted to know whether council would consider servicing of the public toilet going back to Western District Council.
Yes, that has been discussed. We haven't put anything in the annual plan to service the toilets.
No.
The toilets were, I suppose, conditional on the lottery success, and that's come through, so that's a change. So they haven't asked for that as part of the annual plan to be able to service those toilets.
I thought they did through their submission, because I actually read their submission here, and that's why it was also servicing of the public toilet back to Western District Council.
I'd just like to reiterate what I said before about
Funds coming
the
from.
Reserves Development Fund. I'd like to see it open up for applications rather than just people say they want the money and then getting it. And 25,000 for fencing sounds pretty expensive to me. I agree with safety fencing, but I'm sure it could be done a lot cheaper than that. Doesn't have to be beautiful.
It's interesting that we put the Regent Theatre under incredible scrutiny, but these are the ones that don't get any scrutiny at all.
Yeah, and whereas the Regent Theatre had very broad usage
We
over the
would like
community.
to really deal with of this. I mean, the Lions do a fantastic job, and I have to respect them immensely. But nevertheless, I think the same level of scrutiny needs to be applied to this, to the justification for this. What Councillor Madrid said is right. This is nice to have.
We don't have funds in the community
No.
to be able to allocate out to anybody, no matter who put in an application for it, is my understanding at the moment. Is that not correct?
That's correct. So like I said, we're oversubscribed, and I think the Reserve Development Fund review is one that we do, and we've been a while since, and Pledge is doing that, we have to recalibrate where we're actually sitting with borders. It's a future report for council, obviously, to understand what's available, what's not.
I must say on this matter, because I councillor from the Southern Ward, I don't know whether I could vote on the matter that doesn't affect me. It affects my parents.
No, you can.
Yes, but
We all vote on matters that affects our person. So you can and should.
I suppose if we say yes, like it would affect my parents, but it wouldn't affect my back pocket. I've got to say I really like the pirate ship. I think it's the best thing, and look forward to me and my young son playing on it. But we've already increased the community rate by $18, and can we hoik that up to 34 is the question. And it's tough.
Well, stone silence.
Through the chair, I've got to come back to my earlier quote, is it fundamental to the economic recovery? That would be my answer. That's unfortunately at this point.
Maybe you like to test me with the resolution.
Yeah, I to be honest, I would have to be acknowledging the work that Lions have done to get to the point where they are, but my recommendation would be my motion would be that at this point in time there are no community reserve funds accessible, and we cannot afford to have something like this come back on the back burner.
You'd like to second that?
I'll second that.
You second that? Councillor. Okay, we're clear on what we're voting for. All those in favour of the motion, which is effectively to decline this application, raise their hands. Just can't leave those out. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Motion's carried.
Abstention recorded, please, as a conflict. Thanks, Doug.
Okay, thank you. Hey, difficult decisions. Especially when it's from an organisation that does such a fantastic job. So, Nathan, please convey that kind of sentiment to the powers that be. May not be too happy with us.
Council sure knows how to back winners.
23.
This is just noted again. So the budget of TA functions under the RMA, biodiversity, it's noted, and obviously this task is sitting with one district plan in terms of a review. Item 24, Jackson Bay boat ramp. I'm just trying to find who actually
Submitted 81.
That was Mel that submitted that, wasn't she?
once again, this is a rate that wasn't consulted on, so we follow the same logic of the reserve land, bachelor reserve land. It's a rate that should have been consulted prior to coming out.
To just to clarify, it's just to include it in the fees and charges, so.
It was included?
No, it's to include it in the fees
That's right.
and charges,
The rate at Jackson Bay has been charged since 2010 for the boat ramp. It's been in the annual plan every year. I don't know whether it's not there now, but it's always been, I recall on many occasions, bringing back for cash only from Jackson Bay, in the honesty box. I don't see that there's any issue with not setting a fee.
We can tell the honesty box is gone, so I don't know whether that's true or not.
I didn't see it the other night there on Thursday.
You were there, Anna? Did you take it?
And I did take it, and the wharf is very slippery.
Okay, 23. 25.
Oxford Sierra Resilience water tanks for on-site storage. Suggested that this goes through the LTP stage to further discussion around resilience. This is an application to utilise some of the Kumara Sports Ground Reserve Development Fund for the development of the Kumara Sports Ground. So there have been designs put forward by the community some time ago, which haven't been implemented. This is including, so we've actually, as you know, been successful in some TIF funding to upgrade the toilets there and the car parking and put some cycle racks there, so which is looking really good. What they're looking to do now because of that is to enhance the Romanian sports ground. So looking for a pump track for the kids for their cycling and some planting and some landscaping. The funds are there available to be utilised. There's no clear, I suppose there's a design, but it hasn't been costed at this stage. I'm not exactly sure the value that they're asking for them.
Sorry, Simon, could you clarify that there are no available funds for the Kumara area?
There are funds available for Kumara Junction.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Right. Sorry, I misinterpreted that.
Kumara Junction, there is no
Question through you, Mr. Chair. The Kumara Endowment Fund, is it empty?
No, it's funds
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
So why wouldn't they use that?
Not sure
Does
how
the
much
council do it?
Let's find this one.
I'm just trying to see if we can find out how much is in
What is the difference, sorry? Kamara Endowment Fund, what is the difference between that and the community?
The reserves development.
So the reserves are from development that are charges that Fiona could probably explain it better than I can.
So every time there's a subdivision within Western District, because we don't want to take on playgrounds which would have in a big urban subdivision.
Yeah.
A contribution is paid that goes towards recreation facilities for that area. So in this situation, Kamara Junction has obviously had a lot of development over the last
I've had
15
a lot of
years.
sections.
Yeah. So
Okay, so it's a portion of the reserve contribution.
So it's a contribution that's paid for every residential allotment that comes out of the subdivision, and then that basically comes into this pool to then fund recreation facilities and opportunities for that area, instead of, like I say, having just a big open reserve, which is what, yes, it is.
You do a Kamara Junction Fund and then a Kamara Fund.
But it's ideally allocated to the area that has triggered that the development's happened, so that it's servicing the residents of the area that the development's happened in.
So can I suggest that we actually resolve to go back to the sort of matter requesting what better scope of work, identifying the likely.
There's 355,000 in the Kamara Endowment Fund.
So through the chair,
355,000 in the Kamara Endowment Fund.
where did this new, when I'm saying new in the sense of the word that Leslie quoted 1997, is the how long this restricted reserve's been around, the reserve on contribution fund. Why the change of policy application to it needing to be directly associated with that community? And I'm thinking about why you wouldn't put a park or something in a specific area, and there may be justification around, you know, creating lots of small reserves that might be useful at times, but I would have thought that the concept of it all being pooled would allow you to analyse it from what's best for the district and what's actually required to take the district forward, rather than a boundary on a map that says because the subdivision happened here, that amount associated with that subdivision has to be spent here also.
It's current, you can't have a policy that's predetermined.
So through the chair, unfortunately there hasn't been really clear provision from the time that came about. The district plan is what requires the subdivision consent, and it makes it quite clear that it's in lieu of having a recreational facility provided at that site by the developer. Therefore, ideally, it goes back to orders. It's about rationalising it. Basically, if we use the example of Kamara Junction development, or that whole area that's intertwined as well, where there's been a lot of development over the last 20 years, the demand for the funding is always Hokitika, not always, but a lot is in Hokitika. It's about fairness and allocation, and so we are trying to reconcile what has come in and what communities have benefited, and what we've found so far is that Hokitika's benefited, but a lot of the communities that have actually triggered the funds in the first place have not had allocation themselves.
So is there policy that is directing you to do that body of work, or is that self-imposed?
It's not self-imposed, but it's implied through the district plan.
I've tried to do, when we did the subdivision up at Brickfield, I tried to just get a little piece off and put a track through there, that people that live up there, they could walk the tracks. But the council, they just wanted the cash.
The moolah. Yeah, I'm just trying to, I actually can understand why a proportion should be spent within the area that creates the need for that reserve, you know, park or sports ground or whatever, but I just want to be clear that when we say there are no reserves funds available for the Kamara area, that's a pretty bold statement. What we're actually saying is our interpretation of the district plan, and this isn't a beat up of staff, it's the way we want to be moving forward is that money that's collected from an area is returned to that area. Is that
For recreational
purposes?
And this is, just to be clear, this is only that we're talking about, not endowment funds.
Yeah, no, it's
or any
only
other
the
type of collection.
reserves development contributions. Yeah. It's a bit of a, well, interesting dilemma to be in. Because is Kamara very different from Kamara Junction? I suppose people in Kamara Junction would argue it is.
I think when you look at recreational facilities, there is quite a distance between
Yes.
people living in Kamara Junction and people living at Kamara. So if you're talking about walking tracks or some kind of a picnic area or a barbecue area at Serpentine Beach, whatever it might be, there is a bit of a difference there.
And the longevity, sorry to labour the point, but the longevity of the fund, the fact that the fund will actually never grow for Hokitika, because where on earth is there going to be a new subdivision within an existing residential area? So the growth, the opportunity for this fund is not Hokitika. It's anywhere that you can put a subdivision in. So
Maybe there's some new
yeah,
framework
I think we should look at
that
this.
makes it explicitly clear, but at the moment we're having to go off what's implied, and that's been what's implied.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that.
So are we going to go back to the submitter and suss that out?
So
But are we silent?
So just as a recommendation, I propose we go back to the submitter and ask them to put a case forward for a future council meeting to review this application.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that acceptable?
Yeah.
Point 27, there is reserves funds in the Kamara Junction, and this is a project that's long overdue. So Kamara Junction development has funds, and everyone, well, the concept of this has been supported by the community, and they're quite keen to progress this. So I propose that we actually allocate that fund towards.
Can I just clarify, actually, the proposals come from the community.
That's right.
It's not supported by them, they've come to us.
Yes. So to enable us this long overdue action, I propose that we do endorse this as a council.
So we'll run the project.
Yes, we will run the project through district facilities.
Just Mr. Chair, what's, sorry, the name of the Kamara group, what's the name?
Community.
What's the name of the group in Kamara?
It's just the residents.
Kamara residents.
Kamara Junction. Well,
Is it a group or is it a?
That ain't a affiliated group, it's not an incorporated society.
Oh, okay then.
We need a resolution to pass that.
And also 27.
It's actually the same submitter for 26 and 27, isn't it?
One we're going back, requesting a
More-
plan to be
more
submitted. The other one we're saying, test.
Let it be done.
So back at 26, what do we need to do?
So the council resolves to consult with the submitter developing a future plan.
Moved by the mayor, second by the deputy mayor. All those in favour?
Aye.
Second one, council commits the reserve development fund towards the development of the Tekalani track.
So I move that. Councillor Cogan, someone second that, please. I'll second that. All those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you. 28, commercial water rates. What's the issue, Simon?
Oh, yeah, this was brought up by Tony Christian as well.
Just noted, I think.
Okay, thank you. Okay, continue. We're just noting this, part of the LGP. Continue, public report.
Through the process of the capital program, Cascade toilets has been identified as a short form. We have been successful in getting pretty well every other public toilet upgraded, except for Hokitika ones. Cascade was identified as they are substandard in terms of the amount of use they get. They're not located in the right position on Cascade. I suppose this was asking to defer the building of the Cascade toilets. We have potentially the ability to source external funding, like we have for the other toilets, under the Tourism Infrastructure Fund. But I'm happy to park this to a later part of 2021.
These are for grant.
Yeah, but correct. But that's full value. We're looking at probably 50% of that if we are successful with funding.
So that can be deferred.
So non-essential.
Yeah. Okay, 31.
So the resolution is to defer that, is that what you're saying? Some said toilets, so I would do suggest that we complete that project as part of the current build. And complete that. We have a deadline to complete that anyway. It's at the end of October. As part of the MB funding requirements.
31, rating of contiguous properties goes back to Tony Houston. He seemed to have a point there that there's lack of consistency.
There is a real challenge. So like I said, we have been going through and I suppose making sure that our rating database is accurate. Each individual case needs to be assessed on the same merits. I don't believe the annual plan is a position to review an individual rate.
Okay, it was on, you're looking at it, so.
I've looked at the issue, but I can't determine which property these are, because it's not got the full detail, which is correct for privacy. But we do, I mean, his submission was that we've done a review on the contiguous properties, and that's not correct. We've done a commercial review, which is a direction from council. I have looked at his property, all seems fine there. I would suggest that there are probably matters that he doesn't know on those other properties if he reckons they're correct, but without knowing which ones they are, I can't comment.
Okay, thank you. Ross, playground?
This is supporting the deferring of, this is a non-essential. Once again, this is part of the playground safety audit. We're going to make this and just revisit as part of district assets future planning in terms of whether there's some critical equipment that needs to be isolated and upgraded as part of the long-term plan process. Our favourite topic for us, priority footpaths have been identified for the coming annual plan. To upgrade all the footpaths, but every footpath needs to be upgraded in Westland. We are working on developing a full footpath review, but it will cost a fortune to actually instigate a full footpath review, implementation upgrade. So we need to prioritise those pieces of work.
So, sorry, through the chair, just a question on that though, like we are applying, government are providing money in the current situation for, a lot of infrastructure. Is footpaths not part of infrastructure, and would this not be an opportunity to get a lot of those footpaths?
We have.
I mean, because like I'm curious to know what proportion of that is being considered for loss. Footpath area, because I've gone down myself and actually looked at the footpaths and yeah, through the chair, there was one of the applications through the Ground Infrastructure Project Fund, but there was cut, and on the basis that that doesn't really create work locally, because that was one of the criteria for an infrastructure.
Doesn't create any new jobs.
Yeah, it doesn't create new jobs.
This
this comes up every year. It seems like a really simple fix to have a sheet of paper that says in 2014, that's gone. In 2021, we can do this, 22, we can do this, 23, we can do this. And it's been an ongoing, it's under preparation. I'm glad Lewis is here, because I know now it will be done. It's a simple thing, and it comes up every annual plan hearing that we have. And people say, well, okay, we'll put 10,000 into Waterara footpaths. Which part is going to be done and when? That's all they want to know. And I think we need to do it. We need to come up with an answer, have it scheduled, have it contestable by all means. But gee, let's get on with that one.
And through the chair, to be honest, that's something that I have to say, the Ross community were exceptionally proactive at submission time to put quite a number of applications in, and there were a fair number of them as well that brought up about the footpaths. So I would like to
just to highlight the comments in there, it actually does state that Ross will be undertaken in 2021, 22, 23, 24, 25. So there is ongoing work planned for Ross for the next 3 years.
So can we get some indication of what that would look like, so we can get that back to the Ross community? But we can?
Yes.
Okay. No.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, sorry. Just on footpaths, if we actually want to make a sizable difference, we need to be spending more than 97,000 on them. It's just the reality. $97,000. We spend 70,000 maintaining the cycle trail each year. It's gravel. There's a lot more kilometres of footpaths in the district, I'm sure. I think we need to be very proactive in this space and get it done. We've got footpaths that have completely eroded back to gravel and are in worse condition than the cycle trail. So I think we really, really need to do this. Completely agree with His Worship around that list. I'm sure that's in hand, but the main lever is going to be when we prioritise that list and it says we need to do $500,000 worth of urgent footpath repairs throughout the district, and we go, well, there's $97,000 in the budget. So it's a governance decision, I think, and it's reflective throughout most of our planning in terms of maintenance. The maintenance doesn't get done, therefore the capital work, the reseal work is significantly more because we let things slip to the point where, patching is no longer an option, it has to be a complete reseal. So I would like us to address that amount because I don't think $97,000 is going to make a dent in what's actually required to address this issue for the district. It might deal with Ross, but that would be all it would deal with.
For the chair, I might just I comment that it is subsidised, so you see, and it's not the full amount of capital. So those there is funding from ZTA.
That's in the annual plan though, that is in the annual
To
plan.
clarify, it used to be public community rate, now we've moved that into general rate, that was consulted on last year, and that's because there is now NZTA funding towards it, so there will be a programme of works that's worked out with NZTA on a yearly basis.
So NZTA sign up for 3 year program of work. Yeah. So if we want to increase footpaths, I'm not sure with the next
year's LTP.
That's next year.
So we need to lock it in for the next LTP because NZTA will only fund what they've committed to contracting. So if it's not in their next contract, they won't commit to it. Right? It'll be fallback all on council.
So
that work will be done as part of the long-term plan and get it contracted to NZTA.
That sounds very good.
You can hold us to it, council.
And we've got a recording.
Yeah. My annual review next year.
Okay, 34 problems.
Kiwi voting rights?
Just noted.
I think we finished.
No.
Now we're trying to go right back to the beginning.
We haven't done number one yet.
So, let me set the scene, councillors. So, as you all know, we have 4 options that have gone out for consultation. Two are based on, two options really for consultation, whether it come, and this is more of a request for a steer from the community. One is, do we go and join Western or look at our own ocean outfall project? Or two, do we look at an alternative process where it's land-based approach? And obviously, those approaches obviously have differences in a lot of areas, but cost is obviously a significant factor, but also customer rights is another major factor as well. So I'll just open up to the floor and so we. I'm happy to take a further clarification.
No, to me, I think it's clear that we need to investigate alternative options and that those options be investigated in depth so we know exactly how much it's going to cost and the community has the right information to make the decision.
Just through the chair, just to clarify, if we do go down alternative options, I've already had a good consultation with both Paul and Francois. Government or Minister of Environment is actually looking at, a paper from some significant contractors, often Miskel, Peter, etc., in terms of the way forward for wastewater treatment, including what it means for customary rights, etc. So I'll put our hand up for Westland to be used as a case study for that project. If we do go down the land-based option, I would love to see a governance group set up which looks at all parties involved in the future way forward. We have to find a location. We have to assess whether wetlands versus, all the different options around land disposal can be utilised. What does that mean? Where does the residual water end up? How do we get rid of it? How much will it cost? What type of technology should we use at the front end and the processing side of it? And also considerations for obviously waterway and environmental impacts and area concerns. So it would be quite a significant piece of work, and hopefully we can generate enough support from central government to help us down this as well, because it will be quite a significant project.
Through the chair, I feel there's a significant amount of people that took the time for submissions as well into council over this, and I have to say, I think, to be fair, I think to the ratepayers, we would have an obligation to go down and look at those other avenues as well.
Is anybody thinks we shouldn't be exploring other options? Anyone wants to maintain that argument?
No, I think that we should be exploring all the options.
The only thing further is I think we need to do it with a timeline. The consent runs out for the current system in 2025, 26. So really, you have to have an alternative operative by 26.
Oh, we have to start now.
Yeah, that's
what
right.
5-year process.
So it has to start immediately and be pretty well oiled in terms of ensuring it's compliant and ready to go in 2026, because we've got the time. But I think that's important. If we commit to alternative options, we don't spend 3 years just investigating those and it kind of gets lost as a work stream. It has to be, there's a significant amount of work right up front, I think.
So this would require not only council staff and resources, but also external support as well. So it's going to take a financial commitment to come up with an alternative option.
And so this year's annual plan, in terms of resourcing that, what does that look like?
So we'll do the work internally, but through the long-term plan, we'll be making a recommendation in terms of the next 5 years worth of funding requirements, including a conceptual cost of what I suppose the future option potentially could cost, as an estimate at least.
I would like to publicly acknowledge too the amount of research and information gathering that has come out, both around the table, Paul, thank you for some of the stuff that you've said, but also the people that were presenting to us earlier today. It was well informed and well worth listening to. So, yeah.
The big focus for me is ensuring that if there is funding available and if there's the will in Wellington to move down this track, which I'm sure there is, we need to test the water and ensure that Ministry of Environment, any of the parties are prepared to write a cheque out. And, we're lucky to have both iwi here at the moment. I know they've got big checkbooks. and so I support the move to investigate, but I think we need to be very, very focused on a $12 million hit for our ratepayers will be not possible. It just won't be possible. So we need to ensure that we get the best possible information and plan forward and get good support from whether it's PGF or Three Borders or whatever is floating around. And I think we need to work as a team to ensure that happens.
Yeah.
Well, I think we need someone to move a motion.
happily move the motion.
The second option is that we investigate the alternative options, Councillor.
I think just to clarify alternative options other than ocean discharge. Because we don't make that quite clear, it's off the table. That's what Caleb's remit is.
Move Councillor Taylor. It's already got the die.
Council investigate the alternative options other than ocean discharge.
So
Well, hang on, I'm not quite happy with that. So, what we're saying then, not going into the ocean. That's a question.
Investigate other options.
We're going to not make a decision, we want to have all options investigated.
Well, yeah, okay, thank you. So read the motion out again, please.
Resolve that council investigate the alternative options other than ocean discharge.
Well, we know the option of ocean discharge,
That's
but we
already been
also,
investigated.
yeah, that's already been investigated.
What are the other options?
This is the other options that need to be
Yeah.
investigated.
Yeah, that's
Other options? Do you still wish to have other than ocean discharge included in
No, because that has been investigated.
Land-based options.
So need to be really clear
Yeah.
in terms of the way forward. We either are completely discounting an ocean outfall approach to our effluent management system, or we actually keep it as an option in the background, or we only focus, or do we only focus on a land discharge option? We still have to find if there is a wetland, there's still a requirement to any overruns to end up in a waterway somewhere.
I think, if I can just, so there's two parts to a wastewater treatment plant, and that is the actual processing or the treatment. So we look at it at the outflow option, and that's the discharge of the residue, and then we look at how we actually manage that effluent to a certain level to meet environmental criteria. So there's two parts. It's not just about the outflow, it's about how we actually how the product or the wastewater is actually treated.
So the treatment's one thing, Louis. I think what we're saying here is that we're not discharging to the ocean, we're finding an alternative discharge.
Correct. But treatment is also important.
That's right.
As well.
Seminal discharge.
And through the chair, the sign is right, even with the wetland, there will be a discharge to the waterway. But the difference is that this is not sewage. This is, it's been through filters, through the natural filters, etc. The water that comes out in some places in the world is drinkable. And so I don't think we should be hung up on that at all. The water has to have something.
Yeah.
Obviously, it has to end up in a waterway, but it's a matter of how it gets there.
Yeah.
And what happens to it before it gets there. And that's the difference. At the moment, nothing happens to it. It goes through the sits out there and goes straight going out to sea. So, I think that's the major difference. But you're right, the choice has to be clearly between ocean outfall, discharge into the ocean, or not.
Directly into the ocean.
And that information, that being there, that lights on is really interesting. And I think that type of information needs to be out there as well. Just that short conversation there with that guy around the water table and all that stuff.
That's right.
It's bigger.
Yeah. So we had a meeting with Tonkin and Taylor, Chris Burgess, myself and Francois and Paul, just talking about this gap analysis which we're undertaking on West Coast. There's a workshop happening next week to define what that objective actually is all about. And this is preluding the water model that government's talking about in terms of how it will be managed going forward. So we had a brief discussion about our wastewater treatment system. We're going to get into a lot of detail. There's some complexities around how you manage wetlands. Obviously, wetlands can be compromised quite easily and very hard to manage, particularly in heavy rainfall environments, which is weird. So we have to take it all into consideration, but they have experts that can help us developing those. So that's the process we'll end up going down, so identifying what is the best way to treat it, what is the best way to discharge it,
Who are they, Simon?
Pardon?
Who are they? Tonkin and Taylor, who are they?
They're a consulting firm that we've used in the past for both wastewater management or wastewater investigation and also solid waste management. Consulting firm.
So through the chair, that would be us then consulting, not ruling anything out at this point. We're consulting on all options, because I guess part of that will be that then we will go into a consultation process with the community again, where the options can be better explained.
So we'll lead up to the long-term plan. We'll have a third option. It's within 8 months' time, so it's quite a bit to still pull together.
Yeah.
But we'll work with stakeholders to make sure we have the right model that would be a third option for West Coast, for Westland, if I could take it.
Simon, so I can just clarify, so the ocean outfall won't be part of that that list. That's correct?
Right.
That's
Direct,
so it's completely off.
Well, direct outfall, your discharge you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it, as Paul mentioned, even the wetlands, it.
There's not the ocean outfall.
No, it might end up going out into the ocean though, in the long term.
Yes, well, I imagine it's no different than the likes of Greymouth, where they go through a number of steps.
Mm.
Then it ends up as water that then trickles out into the rivers.
Yeah.
But even before that big dome thing was built in Greymouth, and they done partial this new treatment system. I think I mentioned this before, Cochrane bragged about how clean the water was that he drink it, and he did. He was cooked for 4 times. Because I had to turn it on.
Oh, God.
So we need to know what we do. Because that's a set of issues. We build a house, you need to know what your budget is.
Yeah.
And it's like we need a budget.
We won't, I don't think we'll have clear any external funding committed before the long-term plan. So if we are deciding that land-based option is the preferred, we have to look at what what that looks like, and we haven't even got an idea what that looks like in terms of the cost. If you recall, the consultation talked about 4.5 million up to 12 million in terms of potential costs. We don't even have a site to identify yet. There's a whole lot of things to go through in terms of identifying the site. What type of technology do we use? Do we have deep water injection? Do we have wetlands process? When do we get discharged? Do all those sort of things. It's a big project.
So will it also include, as someone has mentioned about the Western Milk Products waste, yes, all the pipe infrastructure has been put out to there, there's still the possibility for that to be taken up to a different unit? That was mentioned though, would that be also considered?
So Western Milk Products, to be very clear, have a consent for 30 years to discharge to the ocean. So they'll be using that pipe. You can't go against first current. So only if Western Milk Products decide to join a future water treatment plant or waste treatment plant, will that be included? That's a completely different water stream. Ours is human effluent, theirs is dairy effluent waste.
I'm aware of that, but there may be a possibility in the future that that's what people want to happen. It just needs to be sitting there on the table to be considered at the same time, I think.
It's a private water scheme, it's not council owned. So they have to commit to that as Western law.
So when we're looking at the other options, we need to be aware that in the future, that might want to be included. I don't know, it was mentioned in one of the submissions.
Through the chair, I think it's unfortunate that they got to consent in the first place. Nothing can be done about that now. How did, for instance, Fonterra get, what do they do with the discharges in Darfing, where there's no sea?
I've got massive land area. So most of that is irrigated or to land. So I ran an effluent scheme in Edendale, which is, it's got 5 farms which they irrigate on underground sprinklers. So it comes down to land mass. We don't have the saturation here, it's just not available. If we had farms available to irrigate, it would be the preferred option. We just don't have those farms, and they do cost a lot of money to set up.
It's interesting to see that the firm that designed the drill site out there, where they're going to drill it out to the ocean, was built by Becker. So I suppose they're spending, $500 to $1 million out there, right next to the ocean, and that's the same firm that did the report on the ocean, Zone Retreat. Leave it at that.
What was that motion? Do we have a motion on? We kind of got stalled out.
Okay.
That council investigate the other options of wastewater treatment.
Well, you can't say other options, you need to exclude.
Land-based?
You need to exclude, you're going to say you need to exclude.
Other than.
Simon said it needs to be one or the other.
There's the other land-based or investigate land-based options for its future wastewater treatment facility. Just at the same time, councillors, if we do move away from ponds, which we have at the moment, we would have to do some remediation work down there. We can turn that into something nice. A wetlands again.
A subdivision. Yeah, that's right. How do we bring in some money? No. Subsidence.
Oh. Investigate land-based options for future wastewater treatment facility in Ringtone.
Okay, so I'll second that motion. Who moved that?
Councillor Hogan.
Hogan, who seconded? Councillor Neal, all those in favour, raise your hands.
Can I just, before I raise my hand, can I clarify that we support the resolution?
Yes, yeah.
Thank you.
Raise your hands, please. Okay.
I mean, can I correct a quick comment? That's a fantastic decision to make, by the way. And I might just point out that a couple of the other issues we have in this document could have been avoided with this type of thinking back in the day. So what you've done is you've considered it seriously. The community are really, really keen to investigate it. So it shows that people are looking to the future and not necessarily about what this is. So that's it's a really good outcome. It might, we don't know what it's going to end up with, but at least we've gone down this path. It's fantastic. Well done.
And Francois, to be fair, and I have to acknowledge, through that submission process, there was some people that's put some real time and energy and effort into some of those presentations, and I actually congratulate them for taking the time to do that.
Okay, it's, we close the meeting, and I'll just continue the live stream. Is there anything else we need to do?
Sorry, I just wanted to total what Francois said. I think the council has been involved in today, and you might not realise it, but it actually is a decision for the future. That I think it's going to set a whole new direction, and future generations will realise it. That's well done.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you, Councillor. And I now declare the meeting closed, and we'll just continue the live stream. Thank you, Di.
Thank you.